Hey everybody, welcome to the live stream. So we got some stuff going on today. Let me do a mic check real quick. Mic sounds good as always. Let me see here. My brain is not working today, everybody.
Sunset over our nation's Capitol building. President Trump will be joining a joint session of Congress to address lawmakers and the American people, and special invited guests tonight. And we'll go through that list as well, because Melania Trump, our first lady, she invited some wonderful people.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see everyday Americans inside that House chamber tonight.
And this is why I'm live streaming.
And an epic speech we're about to witness.
I was going to lay down and take a nap.
And to your point, Robert,
and I checked my phone and I'm like, oh shit, there goes my nap.
DC. You know, President Trump, of course, speaking there tonight. That's the second time he spoke there. We'll get to that in just a minute. But of course, tonight for the joint session of Congress,
I had to take my computer back to my buddy Dennis's place.
Of the American dream. So
Dennis is such a cool guy.
Yes, and I love that.
Dennis, if you're watching this, thank you.
Date in American history, of course. 2 days ago,
I wasn't planning on being over there
Independence Day
for as long as I did, but
89 years ago,
we had to basically wipe everything off the new SSD that we stored, that we put in there, and start all over.
Under the expiring Articles of Confederation to set the convening.
And see, I'm a hardware guy. I can build computers, I can water cool computers, I can do all that.
Also, the last president.
But man, when it comes to messing with software,
so of course, March 4th added to the treasure.
I always find someone smarter, aka my buddy Dennis.
Iconic speech, a return to Congress, which will be laid out, I think, on many.
Because what was going on is I got a 500 gig SSD. My old SSD was a 240 gig. And when we cloned the old one and put it in the new one, it created this weird partition.
That is the same signature
and
this second administration.
It wouldn't let us fix it. And with nothing on my SSD, it was saying that there was like 220 gigabyte stuff in there, which shouldn't be in there. So we wiped everything, put Windows 10 back on it
when he was sworn in as president.
And oh, here we go.
Relenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution. And we will not forget our God. Can't do that.
Not forgetting the Constitution, not forgetting our country, not forgetting our God. What powerful words some 43 days ago, Robert.
Yes, and to do that in front of his predecessors who are deep state globalists. And you saw how Hillary Clinton rolled her eyes when he said Gulf of America.
Wiped the drive, reset it all up.
I'm rolling my eyes right back at her.
He had to go in and do some other stuff. Maybe if he jumps on here,
greatness of this
he could say what he did, but I know it's just a bunch of technical mumbo jumbo.
And tonight is like a State of the Union address.
But it's always cool when
not a State of the Union.
I'm a tech nerd, he's a tech nerd, and
yes, absolutely.
Sitting there talking.
There, and I'm looking forward to the House Sergeant at Arms coming into the chamber and saying, "Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States," and the fanfare surrounding that. Now
we're not like
certain Democrats will try to
new tech
nerds, create a ruckus.
Like, oh my God, the new 5090 and
I've heard some rumors that they're
DDR5 RAM.
And
no, we're all like, yeah, look at this.
Now they will.
I got this old PC.
Of course, you cannot violate the House rules, but we've seen crazy things at these ceremonial speeches in the past. And Nancy Pelosi back in 2020, actually right before the COVID pandemic, ripping up
So
that
I
speech,
saw some
which
stuff on
included
TikTok where
details on what was happening.
some woman
with
was
COVID.
saying
That's
that
a federal offense, and she still has not been
Trump's
charged
going to
with
come
anything.
out and say
I'm
that
not
he's
sure
not the
quite why,
47th
because you
president,
cannot destroy
that
a
he's
federal
like the
document, but
18th
I digress.
president.
Well, and we know that
Here,
the
let me see
Speaker
if
of the
I can
House,
find
Mike
it.
Johnson, will be maybe kissing the speech, because at the end of the day, great words to be said by
Okay, let
President
me
Trump tonight. He said, quote, "I'm going to tell it like."
No, hang on.
Trump's going to announce that he is the 19th president of the United States of America. Also, he's going to let everyone know we are no longer an LLC, but a republic. You know how it's supposed to be. Let's get y'all get your popcorn ready. Tonight's going to be good. Trump's going to announce that he is the 19th president of the United States of America. Also, he's going to let everyone know we are no longer an LLC, but a republic.
See, I don't believe in all of this crap. And I know that there's people that do. But those people are also the type of people that, think X has a plan. And the X has always had a plan for like the last umpteen how many damn years now? I am not an X, but a Q. Q has a plan. You got to believe the plan. No, screw that. That whole QAnon. No, that's a bunch of bullshit in my eyes. But yeah, the PC's back home. Everything's fixing it except for the power supply. I need a new power supply. It's going to cost about $40, $45, which pinned up at the top of the chat is my Cash App. So if anybody or a few people could throw some dollars at it, I'd greatly appreciate it. I don't want to run my main PC till I get a new power supply, for the simple fact that the CPU voltage, which is supposed to be 12 volt, is only at 9 volt, and that's why it's causing it to do that weird crash. I don't want it to crash and take out the CPU or the motherboard or anything else. And then we got to buy more stuff. I'm on my old Dell right now. It's hanging in there. It's being a trooper, but we were talking about it. And it's on its way out also. And I mean an old Dell. We were thinking about it like we don't remember where the case came from or the motherboard or anything. It's been like a piece of this and a piece of that. And I know that I've had this, at least the motherboard and the CPU that's in it, for 5 years. But it's still running. But for how long, we don't know. You see, it's got 4 RAM slots, that's random access memory. And 2 of the RAM slots are dead. And normally when that starts happening, it's not long for this world. So the faster I can get the $40 or $45, however much that power supply is that I have in my Amazon cart, the better. And if you want to donate the whole $40 or $45, I will look it up real quick. And I will tell you exactly how much it cost. It's $40. Right there, $40. If you donate the whole $40, I will make a video saying thank you. And if you've got a channel, I will make a video promoting your channel. Because that would be freaking amazing.
Our farmers and our ranchers in
So my
Michigan
wife has
and
a trip
Wisconsin,
planned
especially
for her
Minnesota.
birthday,
They
which
had
is this
24%
weekend.
tariffs before President Trump came in on the dairy farmers.
My wife
How
turns a
unfair was
big
that? And
41
we have
years
people like
old.
Trudeau saying, "Oh, please, Mr. President
We're
Trump,
going
please don't
up
do this
north
to
to
us." They've been
Prescott
doing it
Valley,
for years. So tariffs are
going
a way
to a
of bringing in
concert,
some extra
gonna
goods
get
and foreign this
a
country. They are good, and you can still be a fair,
gonna
free
get a
market capitalist while using
hotel
tariffs.
room
It's not
for
always
2
good to
nights,
follow the leader, but if the leader is doing great,
and I'm gonna
aka
film
President Trump, you
as
might
much
want
stuff
to
as
get
I
in line.
possibly can
Also, let's
for
go
my
to our
Explore
conservative
Arizona channel.
commentator, Katie Zachariah, who joins us from California. That interview from just earlier today. Joining us now is Katie Zachariah, conservative commentator based in California. Thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Definitely. So talk to us about your thoughts about the president speaking to a joint session of Congress. I mean, we already know he's set the record straight. He's going pedal to the metal, but he's probably going to continue that, isn't he, during that speech?
I think what he said was I'm going to keep going with everything that I've been doing and even more full speed ahead, right? And so I think the last almost 45 days we've seen has been a groundbreaking speed for any president after. They are going to have to do historic things to surpass what President Trump has done for the United States. He can really stand first on his securing of the border, which is one of the most profound things for the national security and keeping America safe, that I think every single American will come to thank him for. And really what he's also doing is he's setting a record of peace for our country. And what we saw, what happened with Zelensky this past week was setting that straight, that we are only going to participate in a deal that means peace for Ukraine and Russia, not more war, not endless funding, not more military aid, peace.
Exactly. A historic president does historic things. I mean, that's what we're seeing. The first administration, now the start of the second one. Can you believe it's only been a month and a half?
No, I absolutely can't. And I said this to a friend yesterday. Every day feels like Christmas. And this is exactly what I voted for. I voted for a president that was going to end the war in Ukraine. And so what we saw in the Oval Office last week was a president saying, this war will end, and I will either do it the easy way or the hard way. And I love that he exposed Zelensky after a 40-plus minute meeting that Zelensky wasn't interested in peace. He was interested in continuing on and getting more money. And so I have kids, and at the end of the day, when I look forward at what is the Republican Party, President Trump has set a new standard for the Republican Party. We are not the party of war. We are the party of peace. And this is how we're going to do it. And we're going to leverage our allies. We're going to leverage our economy, and we're going to show that we are in charge, and we're not going to allow war to continue under our watch. And I just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. President Trump hasn't started a new war. He didn't do that in his first administration. He's not trying to do that in this second administration. Let's shift gears over to the economy as we're seeing Maganomics start to really take form and shape and form. Can you talk to us about some companies staying in the States versus going overseas?
Yeah, one of the exciting things that was mentioned this week so far was that Honda moved its manufacturing from Mexico now to Indiana for, I think, one of their hybrid models. And
yeah, the Honda Civic Hybrid.
Is that companies are responding to President Trump's encouragement of staying in manufacturing in the United States. And that combined with the tariffs, the 25% tariffs coming in on Mexico and Canada also this week. I think this combination shows companies are now encouraged to manufacture in the US, and we are going to punish those people that are not manufacturing in the US. The other notable, and I lived in Beijing and understand Asia, on a limited basis. But one of the exciting things is seeing this investment, this $100 billion investment from the Taiwanese semiconductor company into the U.S. markets. I think it's TSMC, and that is a big shift from where we've been. That people are really starting to say, instead of having the U.S. go overseas, we are going to start investing in manufacturing in the U.S. and B, we're going to stop kind of this monopoly out of Taiwan and start going into the U.S. big time today.
Yeah, no, it's great to see all of these different sectors of life just getting taken care of by not only the president but his all-star cast of cabinet members. Your thoughts about just last week seeing the Secretary of HUD, praying before the whole entire meeting started. I mean, these leaders know who to go to first.
Yes. I think that to witness the magnitude of what we're witnessing, to be alive during a time when we have these historic, you have an Elon Musk who does not have to take a job in the federal government. In fact, it's probably, a very time-consuming job with low reward and a lot of headache, right? And he's helping the president, helping the American people, more importantly, start to, take away a lot of this wasteful spending and save us on our tax dollars. And so, yes, seeing Secretary Turner pray over the meeting, but also to see these amazing people, Linda McMahon, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, all at the table, really working to ensure that the president's agenda is done. And we saw Mike Waltz and Rubio with JD Vance witnessing the meeting with Zelensky. And for the first time for me, watching the vice president, JD Vance, really have the president's back in a meeting was such a marked difference from the 2016 term, where I felt President Trump always had to be the bad guy. He always had to say what nobody was willing to say and do what nobody was willing to do, but needed to be done. Now he has JD Vance saying, you could at least say thank you, right? You could say thank you for all of the aid that we've given. And you have Elon Musk taking a lot of the heat for Doge. And these are this is obviously the will of the president and the will of the people. But it's so nice to see his team support him.
Yeah, exactly. All of the cabinet members, it's perfectly said to see the vice president step in like that, like he did at the Oval Office last week. Katie Zachariah, thank you so much for joining us from California.
Now, the whole Elon Musk
you again
and
for joining us on
Doge
Right Side
thing, let's
Broadcasting.
talk about that. I'm getting this weird feeling, one, that we're not going to see a damn dime from our government. That's one feeling I'm getting. The second feeling I'm getting is that the only reason Elon Musk is doing it is to possibly help Tesla sales, because Tesla has, the Tesla cars, the Tesla power walls, you have Starlink, you have all the stuff that Elon is building and selling that cost money. Cost money that normal people like you and me can't afford. If the average everyday American citizen has more money, maybe we could afford that. Because, see, people don't just do stuff out of the kindness of their heart. At least I have never seen it. Out of the kindness of their heart. They do it to either hold something over your head, or they do it for their benefit. Period. And as for Trump's staff, that whole, and I said it in a video I did earlier, that whole files that came out, the Epstein files, phase 1, that was a fucking joke. I said in my video that giving it to those influencers was dumb, because those weren't influencers. And you can come at me all you want about Liz Wheeler. Liz Wheeler is a blonde haired bimbo. Trust me, if Liz Wheeler weighed 300 pounds and didn't have blonde hair, she wouldn't have a third of the amount of people following her. I have said it and I will stick to it. But if Pam Bondi wanted to give those files to real social media influencers, one, Alex Jones, two, Steven Crowder, three, Tim Pool, and four, if he wanted one, Joe Rogan. That would have got the files out there in the hands of people that would have shared everything right off the bat. Not the smiling little bimbo that we all saw. And if you're wondering about the smiling little bimbo, let me show you her picture. And I'm not the only one that was pissed about this. What the Epstein files represent is horrible stuff involving kids. That horrible stuff does not go with a smile. Let me find it here. I know I shared it here. And I mean, Pam Bondi was on every talk show saying, "Oh, we got all the," and she released that stuff that we already freaking knew. It's like, are you serious? We already knew all of that. And then she blocks Laura Loomer on X. I don't think that any elected official should be able to block anybody on any social media. If you can't take the heat from people that voted for you, then get the fuck out of the kitchen. We'll find someone else. I know I got that picture here somewhere. But that's always pissed me off. And oh, we had an earthquake in northern Arizona near Tuba City. Let me put the volume back for this.
Corruption that we've seen in other departments around the government. There's some corruption, of course, in mainstream media. Well, in conservative media, we got rid of that. We don't want corruption here. We are being real with you guys. We are citizens just like you are. And we're so happy that
we still have corruption in media.
Prompter just rolling with it for our country tonight. So,
not media, but
by the president,
in our government,
in an epic speech.
We still have corruption.
Also, all of it brought to you by
guaranteed
sponsors, including angelpace.com. So if you use the RSBN promo code, you get a percentage off.
Guaranteed.
There's a lot of products on there as well. So it's not just the Miracle.
Okay, here, let me show you the picture that I'm talking about. This picture right here. You got Liz Wheeler, big old shit-eating grin with their bad dye job. She ain't a fucking blonde. She's a brunette with bleached hair. Look at the skunk track right down the middle. And then this chick here, whoever the hell this chick is in the dark hair, all smiling like, look what we got. And you guys didn't get it. We're fucking special. No, you guys are fucking scammers. And I don't care who I piss off. And like I was telling my
great
my
company
buddy Dennis,
sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network that shares our values. Thank you.
since
for
it seems
doing
like
that,
I'm never going to get
angelace.com.
monetized,
All right.
I'm
so
going
it's
to say whatever the
6:54
hell I want to
Eastern.
say
Also,
about
shout
whoever the
out
hell I
to
want to
the
say it to
Commander-in-Chief, the
on social
President of the
media.
United
And if
States,
I hurt
the
your
leader of the
feelings,
free world,
I
for
don't
calling
care.
out the fake news when he called out the fake news back in the day. And I don't believe
My wife
conservative
told
media
me
would be
flat
as
out
fake
not
as
to
it is
ever
these
worry
days
about
without
getting
what President Trump
monetized.
has done. So it's great to see.
She goes, it keeps
at
you
many levels, a
occupied.
common sense
You
president,
like
a
doing
people's
it.
president, and not only
You're
President
trying
Trump,
to
but
make
his
the
whole all-star staff of
country a
great
better
cabinet
place.
picks. Speaking of
Keep
that,
doing it.
at last
Don't
check,
stress
there are
over
two
being
more people to be
monetized.
confirmed to their posts within the cabinet.
So I'm like,
Elise Stefanik
cool.
for the U.S. ambassador
I'm going to
to
say
Ukraine,
whatever the hell I want to
and
say.
Lori Chavez Dreamer for the
Fans
Labor
this
Party.
channel,
So once
like they
those
did the
two
first time,
patriots are
I'll
appointed
start
to
up
the
another
position,
one.
of course,
I've
it'll be
already
great to
got
see
3
that.
others waiting
This
to
on the
go.
heels of a pretty cool graphic we have as well from, I believe it's actually from the White House posting it. Linda McMahon is now the newly minted Secretary of Education, which is going to be great for the Department of Education. As we know, we need a whole reform. Not only
Oh my
in
God, Linda
education, but everything
McMahon,
we
Linda
do, right, in this
McMahon.
country, but definitely in education.
Well, she's very
No.
specifically on a mission here, along with Kelly Loeffler at Small Business Administration, to shrink and or eliminate the entire department. So it'll be very interesting to watch if we
Yeah,
reach that goal.
We need to
Roughly
just get
by
rid of the Department
America's
of Education.
250th birthday, President Trump really laying a deadline for Doge and laying the deadline for the Secretary of Education to have those things accomplished, specifically with the
And
reduction of
any
government,
school
with
that
the full report by the 250th
lets a boy
birthday,
play on a girls'
alongside a
team
great celebration at the Iowa
needs
State
all the
Fair.
federal
Yeah, we're
funding
looking
pool.
forward to that. That's in 2026.
Any school
We're
that
taking it a day
flies
at a time, but these days, these
a
42
pride
days that
flag
we just
needs all the
witnessed
federal
are
funding
the
pulled.
most historic days that we've seen when it comes to a president taking care of executive
And
orders
also, my whole
that were
thing
all
is
stemmed in those campaign promises that we heard
one other
from
thing
all
that
of
I haven't
those
heard
rallies
anybody
that we
talk about.
covered here at the network. So
We need to
looking
start
forward to seeing
testing
if there's more rallies.
schools,
Trust me, we love rallies here. We also
comparing
love
this school
covering,
to this school
the White
in
House
public
and
schools.
any other news outside of the Beltway.
And
as well.
if
So,
your school,
looking forward to
after
seeing
all
President
your
again
students
tonight,
take
there
a
at the
test,
House chamber.
your school is
Also,
failing,
Linda McMahon, she was the
you
president of the
you
American
lose
Church Policy
federal
Institute,
funding.
a great network of people that also
And if
Rick
your
Roberts has
school
come out of that
does the
institute
best
and
out
is
of
the
all the
Department
schools
of
in the whole
Ag
U.S.,
Secretary. So
your public
great to
school
see
does the
Linda
best,
McMahon confirmed by the Senate as the
then you
Secretary
get
of
more
Education. If you remember
federal
at the cabinet
funding.
meeting the other day, she
Because
wasn't,
why do we want to
confirmed yet,
send
folks
our
still said
federal
designate, but
tax
she was still
dollars
in the meeting.
to a school
She
where the
was,
kids
and,
are
it
fucking
was great to see
stupid?
President Trump sticking with his
I don't want my
nominees.
tax
He's now
dollars
at 21
going
and 0
to
in the
fund some
Senate.
dumbass
He'll be
kid
23 and 0 upon
that's picking his fucking
confirmations
nose.
of Chavez,
Hey,
Dreamer, and
Azrelina,
Stefanik, which we
how's
don't
it
have a
going,
set
dear?
date yet, but forthcoming
I want him
before
going
the Senate
for,
goes into a longer
the
recess.
brainiacs
So an exciting
that
time.
are
I
actually
asked
going to be
Mayor Glenn Jacobs,
good
who you might
functioning member
remember
of
him
society.
better by his
And
stage
also,
name, Kane, and he is the mayor of
one thing
Knox
I would
County,
do
Tennessee at CPAC. And
that
he's been
seemed
doing
to have
some of the media
stopped.
rounds. And I asked him, what
If
has
you
really
don't
made
pass,
World Wrestling Entertainment such not
you
only an
don't
interesting
move up to the
form
next
of
grade.
entertainment,
Like if
great
you don't pass
athletes
8th grade,
and people who have gone into the movies,
you
think
don't get
about
to
the
move to
Hulkamaniac,
9th grade.
Hulk Hogan, you got to
You
meet
know, that
him.
whole
I
No
met Ric
Child
Flair
Left
over the
Behind
summer, so
needs to
some
fucking
real
stop,
legends,
because
Beavis
the only
Rock,
thing
the
it's
highest
done
growing actor
is
in
give
history,
us a
surpassing
society
Arnold
of
Schwarzenegger recently
entitled,
in that. So how
triggered,
do all these people,
whiny
how do they
ass
end up doing so
people.
much good, and many of them in the conservative movement?
When I was in
And he said,
school,
you
if
know,
you
it's
didn't
actually it's
pass,
the culture of the company.
you got held
It's
fucking
almost
back.
expected
I remember
for you to give
when
back.
I
And he says
was
it's of
a
everyone
senior in
going
high
through,
school,
but it's just a
we had
strong
two guys
and recognition of
that
what makes America truly
had
great. And they had a
went
lot of
through their
veterans who
senior
are
year of high school
WWE, and I was a big fan
on their
myself
third
growing up.
time.
So just sitting there, I'm like, I'm interviewing Kane. This is great.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I had the same feeling when I talked to Hulk Hogan. I didn't watch as much.
Yeah,
wrestling back in the day,
Guns,
but Hulk is the main guy.
I
He's like the top.
agree
right?
on
So-
that.
Oh, that's debatable, is it?
But
Well,
if you think
I-
about it,
Well,
Maybe that's for a different
we
day.
have
I
to
would
deal
agree
with them,
because
period, when they get out of
I could go
school.
on a whole tangent about this.
So
Remember,
I would rather
what
have
was his character in Rocky
funding
3? It was
making kids
something
smarter
lips, but it was hysterical. And then Vince
than
McMahon Jr.
making kids
actually fired Hulk
dumbasses.
Hogan for doing that. brought him back
You
on
know,
years later.
learn the
because
shit that we
he's
had to
just Mr.
learn.
Entertainment. But I have to ask you,
I'm
Mr.
sure
Alvarez,
we can
what
go
was it
back
like meeting Hulk Hogan.
and find the
It doesn't
textbook
matter what I had to do. The Rock there. I'm
that
He was actually he
we
checked
had
the
to
other day, what
use
works today.
when we were in
And you
school,
guys must be wondering what the heck is going on here.
and make
We're
them
all
do
having
the
fun,
same
but it's the
testing.
bottom of the hour, actually the top of the hour right now.
And
7
if they
o'clock,
can't do
getting
it,
ready to go to the
then
US
they don't
Capitol building
graduate.
here,
And if that means we
sometime
got a
from now. But let's go
35-year-old
first to
senior,
South Carolina for our
then so
host,
fucking
Ashley
be it.
Brassfield, who talked to us about her thoughts.
You
about
could
the
be a
debate.
senior in high school forever.
And host Ashley
You got to
Brassfield
pass. You
from
got to
South
pass the
Carolina.
fucking
Thanks so much for joining
test.
us, Ashley.
You can't just be like, oh,
Thank you
here's
guys
your
for having me. It's
diploma,
good to see you.
because
Good to
we
see
don't
you
want
as
to
well.
make
I
you
mean,
feel
so as you
bad.
know, tonight,
And if
the
you're a
big
parent of a
speech coming
dumbass
up,
kid,
President Trump to speak in front
why
of a
did you
joint
raise a
session of Congress
dumbass
and
kid?
the entire
Because the
country, if
first
not the
4.5
world.
years of your
What are your
child's
thoughts?
life,
Yes,
you
well, the
are
theme
the
of this speech,
fucking
of course, from President Trump
teacher.
being the renewal of the
My little
American dream.
5-year-old
And
granddaughter who's
we're
in
going to see a lot of
kindergarten
points hit. There's been a lot happening in the last 6 weeks since President Trump became
is
president.
such an
and
amazing
I think we're
artist
going to see a
that
lot
her
of focus on the
artwork
accomplishments
was
so
shown
far.
at
One of the main focuses,
a
of course, being
art
Doge,
and
the
music
economy,
fair
border
that their
security,
school
and
district
of
held.
course, what we saw last week when I spoke
She
with
was one of
UMass,
just a
peace
few
plans,
students in her
potentially.
particular class
Exactly. So it's going
that
to be great
had
to see that
her
stage tonight.
artwork
And Ashley,
picked
what are
to
your
be
thoughts
shown.
on yesterday, not only the passing of the CR, but the cloture vote on getting men out of women's sports? This
What I'm
seems to
saying
be,
is
still an argument. Had friends on the other side not
that
really clear what their
parents need to be
messaging
parents.
is on that, because
Don't just sit
Senator
your kid down in
Johnson
front of the TV
highlighted that in
and
a
you
leadership
have your head
conference
buried in
earlier
your fucking
today
cell phone.
that, he's not really sure why that his Democrat
Parents
friends won't
need
come
to be
over,
parents
because
and raise
this
their
is something that
fucking
the American
kids.
people clearly are
Spend
for.
time with their kids.
Yes, 78% of Americans agree on
My
this issue that
kids
men should
spend
not
a
be
lot
involved in
of
sports.
time
And we
with
saw
my
this
granddaughter.
Democrats not
Cody,
come
their
forth in the
roommate,
cloture vote.
spends
And
time with
like
my
I said, the
granddaughter.
American people are in support of this. Riley Gaines speaking out to many of these issues. Senator Tommy Tuberville
It is
actually
your
heading the
responsibility
front on this
to
bill,
raise your
and
kid.
we're seeing that the
And if you
Democrats
don't want to
still went
raise your
filibuster
kid,
on it. It's one of those issues that all
then
of us,
give your
almost all
kid to
Americans
somebody
agree on,
that
vast
will raise your
majority.
freaking
But
kid.
even tonight, we're going to see a focus from Peyton McNabb, who will be asked
But
to
no,
quote unquote
single moms don't want
non-State
to
of
do
the Union,
that.
but
Because why?
she'll be
Because they
talking
want
as
all
well,
the
and she'll be
benefits
next
of
to
being a
First Lady
single
Melania Trump
fucking
as one of the
mom.
guests tonight. And this is going to
Like,
be a big
oh, I
focus,
got
especially
5
with the
baby
timeliness
daddies
of
and I
this
get
issue.
$500
this
a
is
month
gonna be
from
a
each
huge
of them.
speech, to your point, as you
And
know,
I get
I
WIC
know
and
that,
food
just
stamps and
joining us right now,
Section
Business
8 and all
Correspondent
this
Ashley
bullshit.
Brassfield. Also,
And I
being,
think
in South
personally,
Carolina right now, of course,
Section 8
talk to
should
us
be 2
about the
years
latest
only.
when it comes to the wildfires. Is that all kind of contained, or what's going
If
on
you
there?
can't get your life
Yes, well,
together
of course, Henry
in
McMaster,
2
the governor of
fucking
South Carolina,
years,
issued a state of emergency, which enabled a lot of those fire crews to
then
get resources they
your
needed, which is a bit differing from what happened in the
Section
state of
8 just
California
goes
with
by,
Karen
see
Bass
ya.
at the time, allowing for a national, a
Because
state of
I
emergency
did.
to take place. And we saw
I went
2,000
through the worst
helicopters
shit
from the South
ever.
Carolina National Guard, as
A
well
week
as
after I got out of the
helicopter
hospital for
being
having a
utilized for
massive
those
heart attack.
resources. As of yesterday, of
My
course,
late wife died
the
in
two
my
main
arms.
largest fires that were in
My
Henry
life
County,
was
of
in
course, were
shambles.
getting close to being
No
contained.
job,
There were
no
over
money,
400
no
fire
nothing.
crews on the ground from 30 different departments
My
across the state,
hand up was a
taking
friend
part
of
in
mine
getting those
saying,
fires
hey, I got an
controlled.
extra
But
bedroom.
it was quite a
I
crazy
slept on
weekend,
the
to say the
floor for
least.
2
South Carolina,
months.
of course, not being known for
Then I ended up
wildfires,
getting
so
a
it'll be
twin
interesting to
size
see the
bed
causes
and then a full
coming out
size
in the near
bed.
future. And it does
Then
show
I
that
met
this
my
management
current
difference
wife.
between two states like California and South Carolina.
We lived with
where you
my
have leadership
daughter
that
for
has
a
management
year.
within the
Then we
state
got our own
that is able
place.
to,
Then we kept moving
declare a
up
state
and
of
moving
emergency
up
in a
and
timely
moving up.
manner.
Do you think President Trump will make any alterations to FEMA as a result of what we've seen recently, whether it's Western North Carolina, all the way to the Pacific Palisades in California, and now to the Palmetto State?
Yeah,
as
all this
the
Common
wildfires-
Core math.
Absolutely.
No,
We saw this mismanagement.
we
in
don't need
Carolinas
Common Core
last year,
math.
right before the
We need to go
election,
back to the
with
old
the
math
terrible floods
that we
occurred
had to
North
do in
Carolina,
high
destroying many
and
towns there.
and
We
in
saw that
school.
mismanagement from the
And we
Trump
need to bring
administration. This is
cursive
happening
back.
top down throughout, the government bureaucracy with funds, with
And oh, we also
USAID,
need to
and
make
putting
it
those
a
funds to
federal
be used
law
in a manner that is appropriate, essentially.
that
especially
if you
because of the
sign your
military
name
changes, I
on
think that's
something,
necessary going forward, of course, and especially we feel it here in the Carolinas, but even across the
that
United States from
signature
Ohio
has to
all
be
the way to the
readable,
Pacific Coast with the Pacific Palisades.
Exactly.
not
So
just a
America
fucking
first,
scribble.
policies,
That's not a
common sense,
signature,
our
that's a
president, of
scribble.
course, tonight, the big speech in front of a joint session of Congress. RSBN host Ashley Brassfield, thank you again for joining us. We'll see
I
you again
signed
soon.
my name where it's
Thank you.
legible every single time. It doesn't matter if I sign a piece
And
of
also,
paper
it's great to see RSV
or I sign the
She's
screen
asking
at my
live from the Gulf of
pharmacist.
America
You know, because
not too
you
long
got to
ago.
sign the
Pretty
little
cool to
screen
see
to
that
get
live
your
as well.
Oh yeah, she
medicine.
does a remarkable job, and so thankful for
But
Ashley and her astute take on so many.
we need
different
to
issues,
stop
and also, again,
babying
former D1
everybody
athlete has so much to say on this
because we're
quiet
raising a
issue that has
society
really taken
of
America
pussies.
by storm.
Yes, you
As
heard
with
me
the
say that
sports, I
right.
thought, 2 decades ago we wouldn't be talking about this.
We
but
got the rise of the
Trump says,
Karens
I
that
can't believe I have to address
think
it.
that
We just saw Indiana
they
governor
could make up
withdraw
whatever law that they
signing
want to.
legislation in the Hoosier state regarding
No,
gun
we need to
issues.
stop
So
that.
this is something that clearly
And
is very popular with the
for those of you out there
American
that live in an HOA
Exactly.
and
We'll also be hearing
make
from
videos
RSVN
bitching
officials
about
a
your
little bit
HOA,
later in the broadcast.
why
Meantime,
the
we're brought
hell
to you by some
did you
great
move
sponsors, including
to a
Tax
damn
Support USA. So
HOA
any back
to
taxes
start
at all,
with?
all you have to do is call 800-357.
I know why. Because you don't want to live next to me. You don't want to live next to my family.
Whether you want to talk on the phone or whether you want to go to the website, you have both options.
You don't want to live next to my daughter and her boyfriend Randy when Randy rolls his Harley out of his fucking garage and starts it up in the fucking driveway. You don't want to live next to that.
Sadly, the last one,
So then you move to an HOA and then you deal with all the horrors of an HOA.
And our Marines, but in the meantime, make sure the IRS
Oh,
does not take
Billy
advantage
Bob
of you.
painted his
So our
truck
friends,
camouflage.
the Patriots over at Tax Network
You
USA
think it looks
Incorporated,
ugly.
experts at property taxes, state
Trust me, I've heard it
all
all.
about those pesky federal income taxes.
Back when I
that
lived
God
in
willing will be
Utah,
changing in the near future, but we'll see.
I
Congress
ran a
making that push to make
small auto parts
cuts of President Trump from that
recycling
hope to see that.
thing out of my house.
No tax on overtime, no tax on tips.
I'd get 2 or 3 cars in every month.
So
I'd strip the cars down and I'd sell the parts off of them.
Continue to cover the White House and also
My neighbors that lived behind me hated it.
when there's breaking news, especially America First stories, we'll have you covered here.
But because I didn't live in an HOA, there was nothing they can do about it.
Truth Social or our website, we'll have you covered as we continue.
I don't know how many times I called the cops on them for having loud parties late at night.
There are a few other stories we're following at Right Side.
I remember one time they came over, got up in my face, saying, "We can have a party, yada, yada, yada." And it's like, yeah, the party needs to stop when the bars close. Not 3 or 4 in the morning.
Oval Office craziness.
So one morning they were partying, loud music outside till 3:30 in the morning. Well, I had asked the police officer, what time in the morning can I start making an obscene amount of noise? And he goes, I would say 7 a.m. So I went to the local farm store. I bought me a nice ball peen hammer and a nice metal trash can, those silver ones. I laid that trash can down on the side with the open end facing their house. And for an hour and a half, I beat on the bottom of that trash can with that ball peen hammer. You could hear the concussion sound echoing off of their house. Cop came by and just waved at me.
With you both. What a night. We're 100.
And then he went to their house. There was nothing they could fucking do about me out there making noise at 7 in the morning.
Looking forward to this speech tonight.
They hated it.
Historic speech. President Trump said he's going to tell it like it is. Your thoughts, Carla?
Well, I can hardly even talk.
Hey, come on, get the dick out of your mouth and start talking.
He's bringing peace around the world. He's really ended that Israel.
I know. Well, I told everybody
reconstruct
half hour ago,
the
since I'm
Gaza
not going to
Strip,
get
which is really
monetized
exciting.
ever.
It's been
My
kind of
wife told me
destroyed.
not to worry about
And
being
let's not forget who
monetized.
started that? It was Hamas.
You guys are getting the
And he's
raw,
also brought in,
unedited
over $1
version of
trillion
me and my
investment
wife.
into the United States. Countries like Japan.
And if you
Saudi
don't like it,
Arabia,
there's the
we see
unsubscribe
Taiwan
button.
now, the big chip maker, is going to invest and build, I think, 3 different plants in Arizona.
Yep,
It is
Arizona.
Unbelievable. And then he's securing
Tons
the
of
border.
companies are coming to
People are
Arizona.
safer. He's getting the
Why?
best people out. With his
Because
it's just
we don't
one
have
thing after another, and the
severe
tariffs,
weather here.
they're a tool that he's
We don't have
using to get us to
tornadoes,
a better place. We've
earthquakes,
stopped making
flash
things in
flooding,
America. We have to make more
all
than just
that,
toys
you know,
here. We need to make
blizzards. We don't have that
steel.
shit
We need
here.
to make our pharmaceutical precursors. We need to process rare earth minerals. These are all for our national security. President Trump is leading the way, and he's doing it really fast.
Yes, something extraordinarily vital to the future
But
of
yeah,
our nation.
you guys
He
are getting
wants
the
built
raw
best
version
and
of me.
biggest things, and we could do that once again. Carla, was there a time?
Because I don't know if
during
you
our
guys
last
watched
year's
that
show that
video.
was maybe similar to what took place in the Oval Office last
Here, I
Friday,
will
where
pull it up.
you had to walk away from a deal, or there was something that our administration was hoping to accomplish when the other side really seemed to want that as well. But then at the last moment,
Man, I want to get
was
my
really
new
going a
my
different direction. Is there anything you
main
can speak
computer
to,
back running.
regarding when you had to?
This
I guess,
computer
really
is so
argue
slow.
like President Trump does.
Sure. So when I was in the Oval with President Trump and we discussed Greenland, and we just needed more time to get a good deal. Greenlanders are going independent. And so we know we need to get them to a good and secure place.
Okay, let me mute her.
So that they are not vulnerable to China.
And let me drop this down and pull up my YouTube studio. So this is what I got back after I applied for monetization like the 6th time and sent an appeal video in. Because I'm not breaking any of their community guidelines. Nothing. Your channel remains ineligible for monetization. Our reviewers found your appeal wasn't successful. And then it says, channel violates other policies. Well, if you click on learn more, and let me make sure I pulled it up, it didn't. But if you click on the learn more, it just pulls up a generic thing about, you know, the community guidelines. That's all it does. It doesn't say what I'm violating. Doesn't say anything. So YouTube, I know you're watching. What am I violating? What rules am I violating? You have my email. Tell me what rules I'm violating, because I'm not violating any rule. But like I've said, I'm not a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, big-boobed bimbo. And I don't look good on camera.
Policies, he loaded us up with too many regulations. Americans were groaning under his leadership.
Even though I
And
think
now we can
that
see what a change. I mean,
my
under Joe
setup,
Biden and the
my
radical
background and
Democrats, they've
stuff
lost 300,000
looks a lot better than most
children
people's.
who have been sex or work trafficked across
But
the
yeah,
country. When you think about that, that's just evil. in
I'm
my
not
opinion. That's evil.
YouTube
But I also
material.
saw how we saw
And
how,
don't even come at me
Zelensky
about
acted
go to
when he was in the
Rumble.
Oval
I have a
Office,
damn Rumble.
dissing the president, talking
I've had it
over
for
him,
3
showing
years and
no
I got
respect.
18
If I needed a
subscribers.
loan from my banker, which we are the bank funding this war, if I needed a loan, I would never speak over my banker. I'd be like, yes, sir. Yes, of course. Yes. And yes, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. I will pay that loan back on time. But instead, what we saw was a mouthy man that didn't seem, he was really aggressive and he was looking for things he's not going to get from the US and from our president. So I was really heartened to see him leave and not, I mean, he killed that deal by his behavior. And
All
now,
right, that whole thing that she's talking about, the meeting with President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Vladimir Zelensky, that was a photo op. That was all that was. Zelensky didn't need to come here and beg for money. That could have been taken on a phone call, but Trump wanted the media to be there. He wanted to be the hard ass. He wanted everybody to see it. That's all that was. And I know every time I talk bad about the president, everybody's like, oh my God, President Trump's the best. Why don't you support President Trump? Because I have said Trump does good, I'll make a video about it. But Trump messes up, and I guarantee I'll make a video about that. And Trump's first term, he messed up a lot.
How do you see this ultimately being resolved?
The head of NATO, his own country when he was running it.
We
did
need to
not
get the hell out of
give their fair
NATO.
share to NATO. It's unreal to me that they have the head of NATO be from a country when he was the prime minister that was not actually funding a credible defense. So that's a joke to me. I'm very skeptical of a leader who doesn't actually walk the walk.
And
the
where does
walk.
all this
And
money
they only talk the talk.
for
That
NATO
means nothing. I
go?
watch what leaders do. And
All
so,
these
and
millions
also,
of dollars
I've
going to
seen the
NATO.
UK kind of
Where's
get
it
out
go?
ahead and say, oh, we're going to put boots on the ground. We're going to send equipment. It's like, what? Yeah, I just don't understand. I don't understand what they're thinking. They don't have a credible defense. They need the U.S. And so it would just be sending their own.
And
young men,
personally, we
maybe
need to
some
just
women,
pull
to
our
the-
troops
to
out
the
of
wood chipper,
every
the
fucking
slaughterhouse. And
country.
President Trump's
Bring
been
'em all
clear he
home.
wants the killing to end. Putin,
And if you have a
Russia is
small
run by
nation
thugs. There's no
and your
question.
nation can't
they do poisonings.
hold its own against a
they're very
bigger
cruel
nation,
at times to people. But
it's called survival
President Trump is a
of the
wise man.
fittest.
He has a good relationship with every world
Why should
leader,
we
as he should.
risk
Let's not
our
forget, Joe Biden
military
never
men
even
and
picked up
women
the phone
to
and
go
called
fight
Vladimir Putin in
your
3.5 years to
war?
even try to talk this down,
And we need to
bring-
stop
cool
funding
things down.
for
He didn't
every
bother.
country.
So you have to think
Trump needs to do a
compromised as the Biden family was with
video
Ukraine, getting money from Ukraine and
have
enriching
it sent
themselves.
out far and wide.
Absolutely.
The
that's an evil
American
thing to do. You
taxpayer
harden his own
bank
son.
is
That
closed.
they were compromised.
No
so
more,
that may
no
be
more
why
money for
he
any
maybe
country.
encouraged that incursion because he did. He did. He was also compromised in Russia. Remember the millions that Hunter got from the mayor's wife of Moscow. So I mean,
And yeah,
we're
nothing's
run
gonna
by,
happen to Joe Biden
a family
or
of
Hunter
thieves.
Biden or any
Zelensky's
damn
a thief
Democrat.
as
I'm
well.
saying it
We know
right
that
now.
He's enriched himself. His
No
military
Democrat is
promotions
ever
has
going to be in
enriched
fucking
themselves.
handcuffs.
So the American people, I think,
They
are
just want
finished
to
funding
fire
this.
them, like what Pam
We
Bondi
haven't had
said.
an audit. I
Oh,
think it's been
we're going to catch
refused
the
to do an
person, we're going
audit.
to fire them.
I like what Elon Musk
Well,
says. We should
Pam
know where our
Bondi,
money's going. So I think
we
that
don't
the
want them
American people are
fired.
gonna demand a
We
different
want
kind of
them
accountability
fucking
going forward from our government. And
arrested.
that, for me, that's
We
really
want them
important.
standing trial.
It's
If
encouraging
they
for
can
a
be
number of people
court-martialed, we
across
want
this
them
country, the majority of
court-martialed
America is saying
on a
that's
live
what's
stream
happening with
so
the
we could
Republican
all fucking
government.
watch
You can
it.
see, and also with all the cabinets
This
out
whole,
there. So,
oh, we're going to
Paula Sands,
fire
thank you
them.
again
No,
for joining
fuck
us for the
that.
America First Policy Institute.
If I had a
History of
job
in-depth
Guys.
analysis.
where I
So we'll have that
stole
on, I'm
money
sure,
from the
here
job,
in the coming weeks. Thank you again.
Great to talk to you both.
yeah,
Thanks.
one, I'd get fired, but two, I'd also
All right,
get
so, it's
arrested for
7:17
theft.
Eastern time right now. We're awaiting
But I guess
some great,
our elected
live
officials, no
interviews
matter
coming
if they
up
got a
here
D
as
in front of
well
their name
with, a number
or an
of people,
R in
including
front of their
in
name,
Virginia, what
are
Representative
exempt
Ben
from
Cardin.
ever getting
Also,
arrested.
a bit later, South Carolina's William Timmons, and also Representative Troy.
And
Murphy
here's
joining
something
us
that
here, a little bit
nobody's
later
ever
as
been
well.
able to
This
answer.
all brought to you by some great sponsors.
When
here
was
at
the
Bell
last
Network.
elected
Arakawa
official,
Coffee,
not
which is a great
appointed,
option to
an
go to
elected
while
official,
staying awake, not woke? Just visit
arrested?
AmericaCoffee.com, code RSBN to save 10% off your order. You can scan that QR code there, and it's 100% made in the U.S.
I asked that in a live stream, and somebody was like, well, Nixon.
Enjoy it himself.
Nixon wasn't
Right on the
arrested.
Resolute desk there.
It's awesome.
Nixon
check the QR code
resigned.
and, check it
That
out.
whole
This is some
Watergate
great
thing.
stuff right there. Americava Coffee.
Which
viewers
I
can
was
save
looking at
10% on your order,
hotels
by just using
in
that promo code
DC.
RSBN. So that promo code goes a
You
long
can
way
go
for
stay
all
at the
great
Watergate
vacancies that we have
Hotel,
here, at the network. So a great
which
sponsor
I'm
here,
like,
Americava
that would be
Coffee,
pretty damn
at
cool.
7:18 Eastern time. So yeah, looking forward to seeing President Trump's epic yet historic speech tonight. This 43 days into his second administration. As we said earlier, it seems like it's 43
But yeah,
days
does
into
anybody
because of the
watching
amount of
know where Kash
accomplishments that
Patel
were
is,
seen by the president?
or
When I look
his
at, Carla, the former ambassador
his
Denmark
sidekick,
just mentioned there
uh,
about
Dan
really
Bongino.
being
Where are
forced
they
into
at?
wanting to stop
What are they
killing
doing?
100 or 1.5
Cash
million
Patel
people
talked a
have
big
died, most
story
military, but
that as
also
soon as he
collateral
gets in, he's
damage,
going to
taking
expose
place there.
everything.
And Mr. Director, I don't know if we have a
Well,
photo
Cash
here early
Patel,
on.
if you
We
happen to
do know
be
that Barack Obama
watching
met
my
with,
little live
Medvedev,
stream,
the former president of Russia.
we
who
the
spoke
people are
high authorities and
fucking
rankings in
waiting.
the Russian party as well. And this is
Because
something
trust
that,
me,
if you can remember this time when President Obama met with then President
the American people
Medvedev,
will turn on
he
you
told him,
as
"I'll have
fast
more
as we
flexibility
turned on
after the
Pam Bondi.
elections." This is after 2012. It's caught in a hot
We
mic.
elected
Medvedev
Trump.
said
Trump
back to him
appointed
as he
you.
tapped him on the
Our
back,
elected
"I will
officials
transmit this information to
approved
Vladimir."
your nomination
And
to
so
do your
my
damn
question is,
job.
what is this whole
And if you want to do
narrative
your
about
damn job,
President Trump being
resign.
a
And
so-called
channels like
puppet
mine will
for
call you a
Russia,
stupid
when
punk.
you've had other leaders in
You know, a
America
shit talker.
cozying up to Putin at different times, but
And
also
we'll get
very
somebody in there that will
diplomatically.
do their damn job.
President Trump's brought back diplomatic
And
relations with
it's
Russia
not
for the
just
first
Cash
time in
Patel.
years.
Tom
Joe
Homan.
Biden wasn't able to do it. Barack Obama
I see
was
stuff
not
all
able
the
to do
time
it,
where
but
you
what we do
threaten
know
to
is that
arrest
Crossfire Hurricane
mayors and
and
governors
the whole Russia,
that are
Russia
blocking
hoax was just
ICE.
that, a hoax, because Hillary Clinton's
I haven't
campaign
seen one
spied
get
on
arrested
President
yet.
Trump.
The only
So
thing I've been
Isaiah
seeing
Bridger's worth
is you
1,000 words.
flapping
There
your
it is.
It
gums.
sure is. And what we do not know is more.
Maybe if you go in there and you start arresting these people,
really cover it anyway.
like the mayor of Chicago,
of course,
the governor of
a
Arizona,
lot of Democratic leftists.
put them in handcuffs, put them behind bars.
Every Democrat or every liberal throughout
Maybe
this
then
country in the
people will
sense of,
start taking it
everyday
seriously.
citizens,
But making
we're
idle
all in this
threats
together in this country, but it's
and
those
you
that
not doing
really
anything
try
about
and
it
drive an agenda that
makes
is
you look
so
like a
woke,
punk.
that is so anti what the majority of this country wants, and that's why we saw what just happened November 5th. We went to the right side of history, and we're looking
Because
forward to
anybody
President
can make an
Trump coming
idle
with the
idle
many
threat
accomplishments tonight.
when
There
you're
are more than
sitting in
75,
the
I think it's like
security
13 or
of
35 executive orders
uh
signed by President Trump
a
to
private
enforce
room with a
his term
camera
in office.
in
So,
front of you.
yeah, we're going to hear a lot.
Anybody can
These
make
are
idle
about,
threats.
everyday Americans as well. That's what we're told. I actually saw an article on our own
But
site, Summer Lane, writing a great article about
go
these,
up to their
everyday
face
Americans,
in
and listing
public
a number of great people that you're going to see tonight
and make
that
those
President Trump will
threats.
highlight. And some of them went through terrible
Start
things under the Biden
arresting
administration.
people.
So, very
Cash
thankful
Patel
for that.
said he knows all about
Great to see,
the
President Trump speak
JFK
at
and all this stuff.
7:21 here on
Release
Tuesday,
the
March 5th.
shit.
I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert
Release it
Williams.
all.
We've got a number of sponsors to tell you
I'm
about,
sure
and also
if
some
Cash
live
Patel
interviews coming
wanted
up.
to
Yes, and
read
Colonial Metals being one of
everything
the
line
finest
by
here
line
at
of what he
Insider
had
Broadcasting
on the
Network. We get to
JFK
interview
assassination,
also the wonderful CEO
RSBN would
of
surely show
Christian,
up
who
and
talks
fucking
about
live stream
the
it.
necessity of protecting your financial future.
But saying you're going to
and
do something and
precious
then not
metals.
doing it,
Scan that QR code
no,
now,
that
or
makes
get
you a punk.
Trump guide or freegoldguide.com/RSBN. I almost mixed it up with the Trump book because I love that so much myself. But
We don't need punks in our administration. We need people that will do their fucking job.
Gold and us leaving.
And if that
The
means
gold
that we have to
standard
go
is a
through
country back
50
in
of them
1971 under
till we
Richard
find
Nixon.
one with
Now,
big
that
enough
is a
balls to
debatable
do their damn
topic.
job,
What's not
then so
debatable,
fucking be
the
it.
skyrocketing effect of gold in the last, give or take, 40 or so years, up 7,000%.
It's quite awesome. And all you have to do is get
And I mean,
a free gold
do it
kit
now.
when it comes to an info kit. We actually have
'cause
it
I've
right
been
here. So you can get this
being
mailed
told
as well.
that,
So
well, it
freegoldguide.com/RSBN,
takes time.
freegoldguide.com/RSBN.
And I'm like, yeah, the clock's ticking.
It's 7:22, and we are getting ready to.
Every day that Trump is president is one more day that Trump is not going to be president.
And we've seen.
See, there's a time period. January 20th to January 20th, 4 years from now.
I think about January 20th and the speech inside.
You know, everybody's looking at this side of the January 20th. Oh, Trump just got inaugurated. They're not looking at this side over here.
Looking forward to that. Yes, get out your
Where
because I think
there's a clock with
back to that
4
Israel deal
years
that was
on it
supposed to be signed initially on Friday.
that
We
every
have
day
thoughts on that.
is
We'll
one
talk about
less
highlights
day
as well that have
that
taken
Donald
place over
J.
the last
Trump
43 days.
is going to be
There also might
president.
be some surprises in there too. And with President Trump, he is one to really
You
get
know,
your attention.
nobody
in prime time. And
looks
that's why
at
these are
it
so
that
essential.
way.
Not every president has given a primetime speech, of course. This is
Kind of like
more
the
a
Daytona
new
500
thing
that just
on
happened.
technology going from
Yeah,
radio with,
you got to
of
do
course,
500
FDR's
miles.
fireside chats now into television. But this
But
is
each
something
mile that
required
you
by the
drive
Constitution to
is
give
one
Trump
less mile
either
that you have
a
to
joint
have to
session of
drive.
Congress tonight or a State of the Union, which
You
is
know, that's just
somewhat
how it
more
is.
formal. But regardless, what can be
And
done just with a
time
letter
gets
from the
away from
president to the
people
Congress and
really
to the
fucking
American
easy. I see
people
it
on
all
the
the
state
time.
of affairs in the nation. And now it's given in this prime time and an opportunity for people to really tune in, because unless you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network live,
But time doesn't
you
get
really
away
know
from
what's
me.
happening on a daily basis.
Period.
And you know, as people get
If I
busy,
say,
might miss
if I
some
tell my
things.
daughter
That's a
I'm
great
going
point.
to
So
be at
always
her
stay
house at a
live. We're
certain
here
time,
day in and day out.
she can open the
Technical
front
details
door
needed when it comes to breaking
and I'll
news
be
stories.
standing
And
there.
it's
If I
been-
tell
it's
her
been
3
great to see
p.m.,
all of the executive
I'm
orders
there
on
at
side,
3
but also
p.m.
all of them are based
I'm
on
not
native
sitting here
born
at my
common
desk
sense
looking at my
foundations.
cell
So
phone and like, oh my
we are
God,
citizens just
where
as
did
you
the
are, and we
time
wanna
go?
see law and order.
No,
We
I
wanna
know
see
time
the southern
management.
border
I
closed.
was
We
a
wanna
truck
see,
driver for years.
no men and women's sports. We want to
You
see
had a
all
certain
these
amount
great
of
things
time to get
happen,
the load from point A to
including
point
all of
B.
the all-star cabinet members
And there was
that
no
choose
time to
to
lollygag
initiatives
in the
that
middle. No
President
time
Trump
to
has
go
put into
sit in
place
the
here.
bathroom at a
And if
truck
there's
stop and look
anyone
at your
that's
fucking
really
cell phone.
against President Trump or against the team that he has, I would say that maybe it's a woke mind virus. Maybe it's just they don't like.
So every day that Trump is president
At the end of the day, we know
is
that
one
President Trump is the president
one
of
less
all of this
day
country.
that he
And
gets
if
to be
you're a
president.
liberal watching right now, we're welcoming you, of course.
And I'll tell you right now,
Continue to cover President
I've seen a
Trump.
lot of
And
people like,
White
oh,
House,
Trump's going to have
Pentagon,
a
the State
third
Department,
term. They're going to make it to where Trump can have a third term.
and also
I don't want
any
that.
America
I
First
don't
news
think
that
Trump
happens,
wants that.
including breaking news that happens that you would see at a traditional network.
Trump's
We
got his
also
own
get some of
stuff to
that here
do.
at Right Side
He's
Broadcasting
got a
Network.
beautiful family and a smoking
We're
hot
about to
wife.
do that now.
He doesn't need to
Transition
be
from the rallies. We've had 2 rallies this year, of course, right before
president
the inauguration, and then
for
going into that lovely one in Las Vegas,
eight
Nevada, which
damn years.
Christine Loren was on location for, and we
But
ran into
it's going to
some
really
people
hurt
who have
people's
declared him
feelings.
president already. So it's getting
Even if
exciting
JD
as
Vance
2021
runs,
comes around the corner. Of course, the front runner there being none
which
other
he
than
hasn't said
Vice
he's going to
President
run
JD
or he
Vance,
isn't
the
gonna
straw poll winner
run.
of the 2025
And he's been flat out asked that
PFAC,
question
but,
twice now that I've
He
seen.
is a lean, mean fighting machine. And we have
That
a response
everybody
here
is
at Right Side Broadcasting.
loving
Are you a
the
yo-yo dieter?
Trump
You
rallies.
diet, you know, lose weight, but gain it all back. Plus
Well,
a
I
few
tell you
extra
right
pounds.
now, I
And then
don't think
later you
if
lose
JD
it,
Vance
you
runs for
gain it
president
back again.
that
Instead,
he's
you're
going to
starting
have
show that
big
you
old
may be at
Vance
risk
rallies.
of a heart attack as a
And he's
result.
going to
Sugar,
have all
type
of the
2, diabetes, other health problems as a result.
merchandise that
Trim
Trump
fat
has.
like Doge trims waste. TakeLean.com. That
Because
free up on that
really,
extra weight starts today.
a good
And
presidential
gluten-free from your
candidate
yo-yo diet
doesn't
preference, and
need
that
to have a
extreme
damn
stuff might
rally.
actually make you unhealthy.
I've said that
Science behind lean is
a
the
long
best.
time
It's made with
ago.
natural ingredients, targets
That
weight
Trump
loss
doesn't need to
in
have
3
a rally.
powerful ways.
The people that
Lean
were going to
helps
vote for him
maintain a healthy
were going to
blood sugar
already
level.
vote
It
for
helps
him.
control appetite and
Whether he
cravings.
did
It
one
helps you
rally
burn
or
fat
1,000
by
rallies.
converting that fat into
And
energy. So listen,
that
if you're
one
tired of
rally
losing
that I was
weight
live
and
streaming
gaining it all back, you
in
just want to lose your
Butler
weight and the extra
was almost
couple of
Trump's
pounds there.
last
Lean was
rally.
created for you. So let me get you started with 20% off when you enter.
And it was
RSBN and
funny that people were
TakeLean.com.
saying
Code
they would have
RSBN,
shot Trump,
20%
we'd have
off.
taken up arms.
TakeLean.com. A great new
Bullshit.
sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting
Yeah,
Network.
definitely. I'm actually
So
looking at
many
the website
people
right now.
are
So,
big talkers and no
TakeLean.com.
action.
This is something
Like,
that,
yeah, you're going to
you know,
leave your
maybe you can just
family.
order this right
You're
now
going to
on
grab
your
your
phone.
AR
So
or
it's
your
currently
AK
on
or
this
your
little cup
30
on this,
6 or
network
whatever
here, and this one
and go take
says
up
it's
arms
Brickhouse Nutrition
against the
weight
federal
loss.
government.
It's a dietary supplement and looks great.
You
Okay.
ain't going to do that
TakeLean.com. I mean, hey, on
because
the fly. I mean, this is
even
live
if
stream.
you're
We're
off
rolling with it here on
fighting
Right Side
somewhere,
Broadcasting Network. All right, so it's the bottom of the hour.
the
in
bills
about
are
3
still
minutes from
coming
now.
due.
Looking forward to interviewing
Your
a number
family
of
still needs taken
patriots,
care of.
including, the next one, Virginia Representative Ben Klein. A little bit later, we'll also go to Nashville, Tennessee. with
And those are
Congresswoman
just a simple,
Christina Loren.
hard truth
We'll also
that
speak
nobody
with,
wants to
South
hear.
Carolina, Representative William
And that's
Evans,
what I'm here
and
for.
also Representative
I've
Troy
never
Nehls will join
sugarcoated
us a bit later.
anything
He
on
also
my
will be
channel.
joining us with
And I know it
guest
pisses
we
a
have
lot of
tonight
people off.
at the speech there.
And hey, all you people that
recipient,
email me,
63 living Medal of Honor recipients. So
I'm
Mr.
going to start blocking your
Earl Bartlett
emails.
will be joining us a bit later today.
You want to tell me
So
I'm a
let's go
piece
now
of shit
to
know-it-all.
Representative Ben Klein
grow
Yes,
some
sir. Thank you
balls,
so much for joining us on Right Side.
leave it in the comments so everybody else can see it.
At the end of the day, a lot of people want to see what's going to happen. And this speech with a joint session of
Or
Congress, I wanted to get your take on this.
I'm going to start taking your emails
Democrats are going to try and cause a ruckus.
and making a
Are you
video
gonna
out of it,
include that? And should we even pay
blasting your
attention to it?
email all over social media.
Well, I have heard that, and it's important to
Because
know
trust me,
just
I get
how
about
childish
10
they
emails a
behave
week.
tonight if they boo or if they
Pretty much after every live stream, I'll get 4 or
hold
5
signs or
because I pissed
flags
someone
for
off.
Ukraine. You know, it'll just show. That
And I
they have
don't
no
care.
interest in actually
As you see in the
with
comment
this
section,
administration or with Republicans in Congress on a reasonable basis. They just want to
the
out
true
and-
people that have
and
supported my
that's
channel
all they're
from
gonna
the
do.
very beginning
And Congressman, you represent such a beautiful
are in the
part of
comment
country,
section.
the 6th District of Virginia, the Shenandoah Valley. What does it mean to have an administration so interested in the Department of the Interior and the leadership of someone like Doug Burgum, a former governor and a chief executive, someone who's done so well in the tech world and the business world, really leading up the charge for
And yes,
a division of the government, a cabinet
I
position
say
that
what I
people might not
say.
know a lot about,
I
especially
hurt
if they live in the
feelings.
big cities.
Well, Doug Burgum
Hey,
is a
unknown
very
challenger.
good governor in North
And
Dakota,
I don't care.
and is going to do a
If
great
my
job
wife
in the
asks me
Interior
if her
Department
ass looks
because he
fat
understands that we
in
are
a pair of
in an
pants,
energy crisis right now. We
I'm gonna
need
be
to
like, yeah, babe,
increase
your ass looks
exploration
fat and
being
everything
able to get
because you got a fat ass.
signed on federal lands.
Period.
Exploration is important. Now,
But my
there's
wife's
a
not
lot,
some little
underneath
pansy
the George Washington
girly
National
girl
Forests in Virginia,
that
but
gets
across
her
the
feelings
country,
hurt when I say she
well
has a fat
energy
ass.
supplies. We just have to go get them.
She will flat out
So,
come at me and
looking
say,
forward to
yeah, but
celebrating,
you married my fat
Doug
ass.
Burgum as Interior Secretary, but President
And I'll
Trump
be
is
like,
gonna
damn right I
ensure
did.
independence for this country.
Exactly. And he would always say during those speeches, drill, baby, drill. We need to have that energy independence here. Let's shift gears and talk a little bit about Doge. What are your thoughts about that? And
But
being
yeah, I
that
get
way there,
emails all the
DC,
time.
Are people kind of checking?
People
going
saying,
around
oh,
and
you got
saying,
fucked
"Oh,
up
is
teeth."
Doge here
Well,
to
yeah, I
kind
got
of,
fucked up teeth.
exploit
Let
some
me
of the
tell
corruption
you
and
the
help
horror
Smith be
story
a part of
of
something
why my
that
teeth
is,
are
draining
falling out
democracy
of
away.
my head.
Well, it's so important that
I went to a
the
middle
president
school
has
and
tackled
little
wasteful
bitty
spending
300
and, created Doge
people
and
living
brought in
there,
Elon Musk to help
Lewistown,
him
Missouri.
this
It's all the way up in the
administration needs
northeast
to
corner
do
of the
because
state.
the bureaucracy
The
is
school isn't even there no
at
more
the
because the
level
school
and
burnt down.
What Elon is looking to do is to
When I was in
control
5th and
the
6th grade,
elected
our
representatives
school was
and
chosen
to the people.
to be guinea
So,
pigs
what he's
for
done by,
fluoride.
taking
You know that
wasteful
everybody
spending
wants to get
from
out of
USAID,
tap water and everything.
Spending on
Guess what our
government,
school had to do? For
you
2
know,
years,
transgender comic books in Peru.
we had to all go into a room.
Absurd. So
I think it was the
finding a way of
library
showing
or
it to the
the
American
lunchroom or
people,
something.
eliminating it,
They
and
gave us these
reducing,
little
employees who
paper shot
get
glasses
supports. You know, there shouldn't be
full of
one
fluoride.
more government employee than
Regular
anyone, so they
strength,
run the
not
government.
watered down
And right now,
fluoride.
people are treating it
We
like
had
it's an
to
employment
pour it
situation.
into our mouth
Their right
and
to have
rinse
a
it
job
around in our
from the
mouth for a
government.
minute
It's not.
and then spit it out.
People's tax dollars, and we need to make sure
Every
that
single
people
person
not
that was in 5th and 6th grade when I was there,
and we're
their
running
teeth
deficits, so
are
we
rotting
get
out.
A lot of the niceties.
That's it.
And you know, if you consider that type of wasteful spending niceties, then you need to have your head examined anyway.
Now, Republicans have a very narrow governing majority.
What do you mean
within the House
that
of
that means
Representatives.
that I like it?
What legislation on the horizon will help retain that majority?
What my
and
my
increase
wife's fat
numbers
butt? Well, of
after
course.
midterm elections?
Well, if we can,
I didn't marry a
make sure we
300-pound
pass
black
this
woman because I
reconciliation
didn't
bill,
like
which
big
will
boobs and a fat
extend
butt.
the president's tax
Period.
cuts, those historic tax cuts from 2017.
My wife's got
lit a fire under
humongous
the
boobs,
economy,
to be blunt,
brought down inflation,
and
uh,
a big
of
fat
course,
ass.
Biden turned it around and spent
And I mean
so much that he lit a fire under
humongous
inflation
boobs.
and actually wrecked the economy. But
I didn't know
to
they made
restore
bras
economic
that
greatness
big.
and make those cuts permanent.
You
is
know,
possible,
H
but
cup
make sure that
bras.
we also reduce wasteful spending and make sure that we get those.
Everybody's
deficits under
like,
control.
well, I got big
That's
boobs. I
going
got
to
double D's. I'm like,
stimulate
yeah,
markets.
double D's ain't
We
nothing.
seriously, that we take our deficit seriously. We wanna
Buy an
reduce
H cup
deficits,
bra.
and that
like
will help
80
the
fucking
markets and
dollars.
lower interest rates overall.
Congressman, can you talk to us a little bit just about the overall thing that we're seeing? We're seeing historic speed and strength of President Trump, and now.
And if you ask my wife why she
those
loves
in
me and
Washington
married
that
me,
are on the right side of history.
because
Do you think that it's going to be pedal to the metal? For
I
all
don't
4
pull
years?
punches. I don't
think it's gonna be
sugarcoat
that way. Do
anything.
you?
I'm as real
I
as
do,
it
and I've
gets.
told that to the
When we
president
first
himself,
met,
and
we
I
didn't
saw your
actually
actions,
go on a
President,
date.
You've made great selections.
Uh,
your cabinet.
our
Pam
first
Bondi,
meeting
Rich
was
Patel,
me picking her up from work, taking her back
you've
to
got
my place,
great
and
people in
we
place
talked
to
5
support you,
minutes, and then we
support them,
went into
and
my
they
bedroom and didn't leave
settle
for
down
12
and
hours.
get
You
the
could
job
take that
done.
however you want.
And that's what
Yeah,
they're
we had
doing.
fun for
And
12
so
hours.
I'm looking forward to seeing great changes happen.
Our
in
actual first
democracy
date 2 weeks
in the next
later,
4 years.
All right.
as
Congressman
we
Ben
were
Cardin,
in
yes,
line
sir. Thanks again
waiting for a
joining us on
table
Right Side
at a
of
really
Broadcasting
nice
Network.
restaurant,
Thank you.
bam,
So
heart
to your
attack.
point there, pedal to the metal. That's what we're
My
seeing right
wife
now. I mean, it
helped
makes
me
you
out
think of what
to
President
my
Trump did
roommate's
for
car,
actually
rushed me to the
500
hospital.
The other day, the other
He
weekend.
was
And
freaking out,
that's what it's about. It's
and I was
getting
laying
done.
there in
And
the
we
emergency
don't
room,
blame him in any way because think about it.
wires
We
and everything
saw
all
him,
over
right?
me,
He
oxygen in
since
my
2015,
nose,
not only during this
doctors
first
all over the
administration,
place.
but the past
She
4
was
years.
crying, and I
We don't
told
even
her,
have to go down memory lane on that. We
listen,
know how bad it was. So we
I'm not ever
understand
going to
where he's
get
coming
better.
from. Pedal to the metal. Let's
I'm
get
only
things
going to
done.
get
Let's
worse.
do the greatest thing you can do
I
for
have
this country.
congestive heart
And
failure,
indirectly, it's helping the world.
which I
out
told
too.
her
It's very
that, but
Oh yes,
I
they
think that
definitely
it didn't
fear
register.
and respect this man, and that's
And
what
I'm
we
like,
like
if you
about
want to leave
Commander
right
in
now,
Chief. And
no hard
also it
feelings.
helps being
Take my
Joe,
roommate's
a
car, drive
part-time
back home,
comedian, and
grab your
the way
stuff,
he really
and
communicates
he will
that so
take
well
you
with the
to your
American people. I
sister's
think just
house.
back to last
No
week,
hard
a
feelings.
reporter
We've
said, "What do you
had
think about the
fun.
German elections?"
And
he
she
said,
flat
"Well,
out told
well,
me,
we'll see who we
I'm
end up
not going
working with. I
nowhere.
got a lot to think about here in America."
And I knew
he had a
right
whole
then and
room
there,
It's always good to
even
have
with the
that
doctors
fun
and the
and have
nurses looking at
autonomy
me
and all
like,
the great
bro,
speeches
you
that
got a
we
ride or
heard
die
at the
woman.
rallies and that kind of thing. Well,
I
of
mean,
course, tonight a very
we've
serious
been
speech similar
together
to
for over 10
the
years.
inauguration,
Actually,
inaugural address 43 days ago.
the
Where
end
he
of
was
last
saying that
month
we will not forget
was our
Constitution, we will not
9-year
forget our country,
wedding
and we
anniversary
will not forget our God.
on February
So it's gonna be great
29th.
to see this
And
speech
everybody's
tonight.
like,
This
there
is
is
a
no such
powerful
thing as
time in our
February
country.
29th.
What
Yeah,
time
we
is
got
it
married
now?
on
No,
leap
seriously,
year.
this is do we
Every
realize
4
the
years when our actual
American
wedding
Revolution
anniversary comes up,
2.0
we go
without
do
any
something fun.
war, and just in the sense of voting for our
We wanted
rights,
to do
voting for
that
constitutional
to
rights,
make
voting for law
our wedding
enforcement,
anniversary
southern border,
special.
and voting against the woke mindset out there. So this is a real huge thing for our
But
country.
yeah,
And President
and
Trump
it trips
reminding
everybody
of
out
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson,
that
Abraham Lincoln,
how
and
you
some of
see
our
me and my
leaders there,
wife
because
in
these
a
were great
video,
patriots. President Trump does
how
one
we're
big
just
thing,
picking
and
on
he's
each
an
other,
outsider, and it's great to see him as an
is
outsider
how
doing
we
this job.
are
Yes, a special
in real
moment
life.
as we look live at the United
We
States
pick on
Capitol
each
as
other
the
all the
holidays
freaking
approaching.
time.
We don't think that's President Trump quite yet, but many
I
dignitaries,
remember
of
one time
course,
I was doing a
will
live
celebrate
stream.
this
My
evening
wife comes in
today.
here. I had a
Rotunda, of
wired
course, in the House
headset
chambers.
on,
How about freetrumpbook.com?
and I was all
that
focused
outlines
on the
all of the
screen.
great policies
I didn't
President
see
Trump
my
will probably
wife
talk about tonight,
sneak
and
in
why he
and
first ran for president, the
unplug
Kid's Guide
my
to President
headphone.
Trump. How about the Kid's Guide to the Courage of President Trump, literally taking a bullet for this country in Butler, Pennsylvania last summer, and then a second threat at his own golf course. And then
It's like
a third
yesterday
threat
we
from
went
the
to
Iranian
Dollar Tree
militants who were
to get some stuff.
allegedly tracking him. And this man
I'm
has
all in an
earned
aisle
some
looking at
freedom
stuff.
like any other
My
American.
wife
And for
comes
young
up
patriots in your life to
and
learn about what
smacks
they
me
might
on
not
my
be learning in
ass.
school. So freetrumpbook.com.
4 or 5 other
All
people in
brought
the
by the
aisle.
great team over at
And
the
they
Red
looked at
Lobby
me like,
show. And of course, we
what the
have former
fuck?
governor
This
and
big
now
black woman
ambassador
just
to Israel,
assaulted
Rajab
you.
really, I don't know. I think he might have been.
And I was like,
Yeah,
woman, what are you
exactly.
doing?
freetrumpbook.com.
I told you no
Great,
means
great,
no. And my wife
advertising
started
there at the
laughing
right
and
side.
she
But
goes,
to your
I don't
point,
take no for an
back to me,
answer.
also President Trump,
And
these
then
guys
pinches
going
my
through a time
side
of
and runs
leadership
off.
positions. So it's
Yeah.
great
Like
to see
my
people
300-pound wife
with
running down the
natural
aisle.
talent, their,
Hilarious.
natural born leader giftings, just being seen. At these
We
elections,
don't
we're
argue.
seeing it too. As you're taking a live look, of course, at Washington.
She
D.C.,
told me
where
not to worry about
President
money.
Washington Monument to
That she
allow
will somehow
people
come
right
up,
there
somehow,
to
some way come
Thomas
up with the money.
Jefferson Memorial.
So I
Also,
don't
by the
worry
way,
about
this being
money.
the US Capitol
We
building,
don't argue.
it's in that building that we're going to.
I know my wife is a
Trump,
slob.
and also
I came
someone
to
that is protected
deal with that.
by God. We've seen him protected by God.
You know,
through
that's
various
just how
times,
she
but,
is.
He's sealed. This guy
But
is,
we don't argue.
is
We've
definitely
actually tried to
protected.
argue,
also, of
and we
course,
end
the
up
Secret
laughing
Service and all of just the
because
security that we see.
we
day
don't
in
take
and day. So,
everything super
this is quite
serious.
the time to be alive.
The only thing we
At
take serious
7:38 Eastern time,
is
we're going
my
to go
health.
to
Period.
Nashville, Tennessee, where Christina Loren, our RSBN host, was standing by for earlier. We did a quick interview with her, just talking about
But
tonight's huge, epic.
I've had
historic
wives
event
that and
where President Trump
girlfriends
will be
that
speaking in just a bit. So once that's ready,
we
to go,
argue all the
we'll
damn
go in just a
time.
minute. But also shifting back,
And
to
that's
the
so
southern
tiring.
border, we're seeing that dramatic drop. I think
Which
we've
is
seen
why I
over
got 2
29 people
ex-wives,
crossing the border in a 24-hour time period.
a third
Comparing
wife
that
that
to
died in
more
my
than
arms.
11,000 under Joe Biden.
Right. And we're thinking
I
about
wouldn't even
24
want to
hours.
add
We're talking
up
about
the
just
amount
of
of
people overwhelming border patrol, not only with
relationships
minors
I've had,
crossing that border. We saw images over the last 4 years of 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and
which
who do not speak English.
my
as
daughter
well.
asked me
Border
one day,
agents, asking where their
Dad,
parents are, and
how
they
have
don't
you
know
been
that
in
they
so
are
many
coyotes.
relationships?
It's just a horrible thing.
And I'm
to
like,
think about as we
because
place the humanitarian
if
crisis
if
on
I'm
our
single
southern border really being
and I see a woman that
solved in the last
I
2 or 3
like,
days. I wonder too if
I want
President
to
Trump
take
will
out
touch
on a
upon
date,
this speech tonight.
I
Just
go
like some
up
of
to
those
him and be
decisions
like,
he made.
hey,
We can't
my
forget
name's
that
Mike.
during the Biden administration,
I think
they
you're a
lost
really
over 300,000
beautiful
children,
woman.
and
Would
those
you like to
according
go to dinner?
the Border Patrol and DHS.
I like to learn
Now,
more
many of them
about
have
you
been
over
found.
dinner.
We haven't had many details on
It's
how
a yes or
they're
no
doing, if
answer.
they are
And
recovering.
you'd be
As we
surprised
know, with the hostage situation
how many
that took
times
place
I've been
in
told yes.
Venezuela and Israel.
Not
Also
meaning to
in
brag,
Libya,
but
President Trump has been using a unique ability, along with Steve Witkoff, to bring these innocent souls
if you knew the actual
out of the
number, you would
darkness
think
and
that
out
I'm
of
a
captivity. And it's
a
something that must
manho.
end the sex and labor trafficking
But
taking place that is mostly harming young
like
women. But
me and
also
my
young
wife
men
met
as
on
well.
this
It's a
dating
tragic thing that's happening.
site,
So
this
President
online dating
Trump
site.
will highlight everyday Americans in tonight's
And she asked me if I'd ever been with a
everyday
black
Americans
woman.
will
And
be
I'm like,
highlighted
no.
throughout it because the White House
And then we get to
actually is
talking and
including the
stuff. And
Kavatori family
I was
on
like,
the list of guests.
well, I come to find out
Allison and
sleeping
Karen,
on her
the
sister's
living
couch.
surviving daughters, of course,
And
of
they had
President
a
Kavatori.
apartment
Also,
to where
Elliston
you had to
Baird,
go through the
15-year-old
bedroom
who
to get
was
to the
the
bathroom,
victim
which
of
I
the
find
fake
very
judges used to
weird.
bully her at school. Stephanie Diller,
And
the
I'm
widow
like,
of an
well,
NYPD officer, Jonathan Diller,
beautiful.
who was
I've got a
arrested
bed
as
and a
repeat
shower.
criminal who is allowed to roam the streets.
And if you think
The
that I'm
list goes
joking,
on. So we
the
see
next time we do a
President
driving
Trump
and
working
talking
along with his
video,
cabinet to really clean
I
up
will
the
ask
mess
her that.
and
I
take
said,
the
I got a
country
bed
executive
and a
weight away
shower.
from this nation. So yeah.
And
looking
then
forward
she
to that
was
tonight
at work.
in just a little bit.
She had to work
Also, tonight was
late.
brought to you by
And
some
I'm
great
like,
sponsors, including
well, instead of
Americava
you
Coffee.
taking the bus home,
America
I'll
enters the
come
golden
get
age,
you.
of course, an age of peace
But
and
I'm not taking
prosperity,
you to
and the
your
golden age
house.
starts every
I'm
morning
bringing
with a
you
cup of
back to my place.
Americava coffee. It's always good to have that. You know, I know it's 7:41 at night, but
I don't understand
right now.
guys that are timid.
No, I didn't. That was.
I don't care how hot the woman
I
is.
did either.
No.
So.
If Melania Trump was single and I was
Yeah.
single
Exactly. So just
and
that QR
didn't have a
code there.
bad heart and
So
stuff,
it's made in the USA, grown in the tropical islands.
I
of
would shoot
Hawaii,
my shot
roasted in the free state of
for
Florida.
her
The coffee is
because
smooth,
you got a
delicious,
50-50 shot.
mold free, and 100% natural.
She's either going to say
Blend
yes
for everyone
or she's
from
going to say
Let's Go
no,
Brandon light
period.
roast to MAGA Nation medium roast and Trump black.
I know
dark
people that
roast.
buy lottery
And for a
tickets
limited
because
time, RSP
they
viewers
think
can save
that, you know,
10%
they
on your
got a
entire
shot
order. So
at
if you'd like to
winning,
do that,
but they
viewers,
won't ask a
use the
girl
RSP
out.
promo code. The Let's
And I'm
Go
like,
Brandon light roast sounds pretty good.
That does sound delightful.
just blows
I
my
like the name
mind.
Thing, so might have to try that. But I'm more of a dark roast person myself.
There you go. All right, so Americava coffee. The information is there. on
Yeah,
the screen.
I
All right,
like
so
dark
7:42
roast
Eastern time.
coffee.
Let's go.
Hello,
to
everybody.
the
I was at my
volunteer
buddy
state here
Dennis's
shortly.
place
But we do
earlier,
have
the
that
guy that
ready to
fixes
go,
my
where the RSBN host,
computer.
Christina Loren, who was with you at CPAC, of
His
course,
sister was
and
told
Ashley Brassfield, you heard from
that
South Carolina earlier today,
to stock up
on
on
this
coffee
broadcast, just talking
because
about
something's
all the
happening
things
in
that
the
are happening in country.
coffee
It's always good to see
That's
that.
really exciting to
industry,
see.
and coffee is
Countless
about ready
successes
to
in the last
double in
43
price.
days as you see the motorcades approaching the Capitol carrying many dignitaries. But we'll toss that right over to Christina Loren. in
which I don't know if
Los
it's true or not, but
Joining
my
us
buddy
now is
Dennis has
RSBN
never.
host Christina Loren from Nashville, Tennessee.
Woo,
Christina,
look
how
at
you
that
doing?
woman. Damn.
Great tonight. Really excited about President Trump speaking in just a few moments now.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking forward
All
to
right,
it. Tennessee's watching. This is a huge speech. Just some of your thoughts going into it.
Well, I look forward to seeing
I
him
wonder if she
presenting
has
with Speaker of the
ever
House
had a
Mike
stroke.
Johnson standing behind him, as well as JD Vance.
Look at
We
her
know that Elon
right
Musk
eye.
is going to be right there by
Her
his
right
side
eye
as well
is
tonight, along with the new cabinet members.
more
And
droopy
he's
than
going
her
to be
left eye
speaking
is.
directly, formally for the
And
very
her
first time
mouth
since he
is
was reelected
like
to
turned up
both
on that
chambers
same
of
side.
Congress. And obviously, right now, he's
I noticed that
speaking
a
with the
lot
House
after
Republican Senate,
having
a
a
Republican
stroke.
House.
Like if you
And
guys
these
can't
are the
tell,
members
this
who will
eye
ultimately
is
codify his
droopy.
agenda through legislation. And legislation is so important because it can withstand
That
these
flag or
lengthy
whatever that
court
background
battles.
is,
We've seen so many
that's
judges
awesome.
step in and challenge him on his executive orders. Well, if you have the House and the Senate passing bills, making laws that are going to codify what he's been working on so hard to make America great again, he's going to be able to get his agenda passed. It will be permanent. And I'm so excited for
And that's
the
what the
opportunity for him
Democrats
to
are
address
afraid of.
not just both members or both chambers, but
All
the
about Trump's
American
executive
people
orders
and the international audience that I'm sure will
being
have
made
tonight
in
as well. Obviously,
into law.
President Vladimir Zelensky of
Like
Ukraine
no
came
men
out
and women's
just a
sports.
few hours ago, and he
Well, I
sang a
wouldn't say
full
men.
platoon
I would
after
say
President
punk
Trump
ass
cut
little
off
boys
military aid
in
and all
women's
the equipment that
sports.
was going over to Ukraine. He cut that off yesterday, and all of a sudden today, Zelensky comes out. He sends a tweet. He says that, I am now willing to work on this minerals deal. I'm ready to get it signed.
Of course he is. Like what I said earlier,
In the Oval Office.
that whole thing in
We
the
also
Oval
know that the
Office with
tariffs
Trump
that
and
went into
Vance and
effect at midnight with our neighbors north and
Zelensky
south in Canada and Mexico,
was
as well as
basically a
tariffs on
dick
China
measuring
additional
contest
10%.
for
We know that
everybody
these
to
things you're going to
see.
be watching as well. And of course, the Democrats have been hard at work on their worst behavior so far today. 22 Democrat senators came out with videos that were exactly the same today on X. The
Yep,
Uniparty
I
with the
thought.
same old tactics over and over again. I wouldn't be surprised to see people dressed in coordinated colors and in obnoxious groups protesting the president in any way that they can. And Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, came out and he actually asked Democratic senators to invite people who have been directly impacted by the DOGE cuts to be in attendance. So I wouldn't even be surprised to see an outburst. Possibly someone gets tossed out tonight, but anything can happen. It's such a huge address,
Which is
and,
why
what an amazing
if
address
I
to come.
was
And so
Trump
many people, so many viewers have
doing
now tuned
this
into RSBN, knowing that's the
thing,
go-to source. Everything President
I
Donald
wouldn't
J.
let
Trump does,
anybody
so I'm
in
sure RSBN is going to have a
that
huge
wasn't
audience
a
tonight. If
elected
you are
official.
watching, thank you for your support.
If you want to
And
watch what's
RSBN is
going
gonna
on,
keep
you
on
can watch it
going.
on live stream like everybody else is doing.
Perfectly said. RSBN's Christina Loren. Thank you for that report from Nashville, Tennessee. We'll see you soon.
And oh, be sure to hit the
Thank you,
like
Matthew.
button,
Talk to you
everybody.
soon.
It helps the video out. Share the video out. You know all that
Thing
stuff.
there is when you see myself and Christina,
And please, I'm
Robert,
begging you,
we were all in mainstream media. We used
if
to
you
focus
watch
on
one of my
that side of
videos,
things, but thank God
leave
for
a
social
comment.
media. And
You
also,
guys don't understand
Robert,
how
you couldn't
much
have at your
comments
station or my
help
previous stations
the
really talk
video.
about everything we're talking about.
Share the
Just
video
listening
to
this podcast,
Facebook or
sorry,
to
having,
X
15 minutes
and
with
leave a
Christina.
comment
Well,
on
one
the
of
video.
commands was stay away from godly topics, but sometimes in an interview.
Well, hold on. Really?
Oh yes. No, I thought did we talk about this off camera?
No, I don't think that part though.
So it was interesting because it was more of the moments when people would say, "I want to thank God for X, Y, and Z," and there were moments where it was, get away from that, avoid that topic.
Okay.
But if the story naturally goes there, why would you not talk about
Right.
that? Of course, what's so nice about Right Side Broadcasting Network Live is that we are a very Christian-oriented company, and we're proud of that. We talk about that and welcome that commentary. We talk about our own personal faith.
Sorry,
lives, but
everyone.
even regardless of that, sometimes the story in mainstream will lead to that direction. And why cower from that if it's the authentic truth?
Yeah.
People really sharing why they were thankful for one reason or another, especially during things like natural disasters. So it's great to be working at a place where you have free speech and you don't have to worry about censorship as well.
This is pro-America media, and America is based in the Constitution. And guess what? You all know that, and that's the point. This is common sense. We're not trying to be.
Yeah, everybody
confusing
knows that I am
and bring on all these different
pro-America,
guests that are all on the left side of history,
pro
which is not
Second
the right
Amendment.
side of history. So it's great to be a part of the network.
And oh, there will be
certainly
no
also also within that
live
framework,
stream with
you know,
Ray
not
this
talking about
Saturday.
badly things, but also not
We're
talking
going to get
about,
back to it.
you know, MAGA or President
If
Trump.
Ray wants to
Over the years, a
continue
lot of
to do it,
newsrooms not
because
really
Ray has to
talking
drive
about it.
here to do it.
Obviously, we see that the
I
majority
will
of the
be
media is
with my
left-wing.
wife
We know that.
celebrating her
So,
birthday
it's great to have
in
the upswing of many
Northern
conservative
Arizona.
industries, not only media, but
We're going
many
to
conservative
Prescott
industries out
Valley.
there
My
saying,
wife's
you know
got a
what, we are
concert she's
proud
going
to
to
be an
go to.
American.
Oh yes, and it's the survival we
And
spoke on with Chris Tomlin, among other.
we're
people
going to
we've
film a
interviewed
bunch of
recently
stuff for
about
my
not being
Explore
afraid to
Arizona
speak
channel.
your piece
And
now,
if you
a lot of
haven't
that
yet,
has to do with
please
the Trump
subscribe to
effect. And I
that
think the
channel.
idea that his courage,
Explore
especially
with an
literally being
X.
under fire and
Explore
not backing
Arizona.
down, fight. It's almost like it's gone in reverse. It's now, oh, you wore that red.
I try to
hat, ew, to like,
film
oh, sir, may I
videos
take your
whenever
coat?
I
Because
can
we understand
on
now
that
why
channel.
this has been such a
But
big
for the fact
difference
that me and my
for
wife
American
only have one car,
domestic and foreign policy,
and she
how
works
one
all the
man has
damn time,
inspired really a populist movement that has
it's
changed the
very
face
hard
of
for me to be able to
geopolitical,
film
things, not only
anything
inside
on
of
that
Washington, D.C.,
channel.
but also outside of the Beltway.
Yeah, exactly. So we are about 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. A couple more interviews coming your way as we get ready to go to Capitol Hill here shortly, as we'll see President Trump speak to a joint session of Congress. It's not technically a State of the Union. However, it is, of course, the speech of the joint session there. And this will be
Oh, come
quite
on,
awesome to see
computer.
President Trump saying the other day
Come on.
that he's going to tell it like it's so happened on Friday with Zelensky in the Oval Office, even though they've looks like they've signed a mineral deal now.
Yes.
But that's what we like. We like that we resonate with someone that's straight up genuine and real, and we're going to see that tonight with the president.
Do you have a favorite monument as we look out to Washington, D.C.?
Of course, Thomas Jefferson Memorial is awesome. I mean, you think about
All right, this is the link to my
of course, George Washington.
Explore
as well, but
Arizona
the
channel.
Lincoln Memorial is great, but yeah, your thoughts?
Yeah, the Jefferson, I have to agree. It's just a very peaceful area.
Because
It also doesn't
out of
seem to
all the
have a
states
lot
that
of
I've lived
foot
in,
traffic compared to others, like the Lincoln Memorial. So
there's
it's
no
kind of
state
off
out
the
there
beaten
that's like
path. You know, just going
Arizona.
across the bridge from Arlington,
That
it's somewhere where you can really reflect
I live
upon
in
the genius of
the
Thomas
Sonoran
Jefferson and the
Desert.
genius he
That's
was.
where
That
Phoenix
so
is.
true, so true. One of our founding fathers.
2.5 hour drive north,
here in the United States of America.
and I'm up in the
Also always brought
pines,
to you by Tax Network USA.
up
Tax
in
Network
Flagstaff,
USA,
you know,
357-14.
way up in the mountains.
You see that
2.5
on our
hour
website,
drive.
rtnusa.com/RSBN as well. You can get more
I
information.
think the
settle your back
elevation
taxes today.
of
Yes, a smart thing to do before
Flagstaff
April
was like
15th,
8,000
tax
feet.
deadline quickly approaching, but these expert patriots at Tax Network USA know how to handle the property taxes, state income taxes, federal income taxes as well. Make sure you settle those back taxes today. tnusa.com/RSBN or call them at 800-357-1415.
Great organization right there, Tax Network USA. About 8 minutes from the top of the hour. Thank you so much for live streaming in with us wherever you're watching, especially Rumble. Thank you for following us on that channel there, the RSBN channel on Rumble. Those of you watching on X or Facebook or YouTube and other places, our app, our website, thank you guys for streaming in.
But yeah, I have a
We are
bunch of
live, and
really
that
cool
is the
videos on
name
my
of the game
Explore
these
Arizona
days,
channel.
with Brightside Broadcasting Network. You
Because
see us
Arizona
Monday
is
through
just
Friday. It's called
amazing
Brightside
state.
Broadcasting Network Live, RSBN Live, and we are here for you. We're going to show you as much as we can.
So we're going to go to Prescott
Live
Valley,
feeds to the White House, to the Capitol, to
stay there
the Pentagon
for
where there's
2
press
nights.
briefings and
So my wife can
whatnot.
go
So,
to a concert.
and we'll bring on a lot of
Then the
guests
next
too.
day,
So
we're going
thanks
to
so
get
much
up
for
early.
streaming in, and all of you loyal viewers from
We're going to
back
go
in
get
2015. I love it to you. Thank you so much for watching.
breakfast, our
for all
favorite
these
breakfast,
years.
which
As
is
you remember,
biscuits
we
and
started
gravy.
out with a great idea from our founder, Joe Seals.
And then we're going to drive
They're
to
not showing
Jerome,
the crowd, as President Trump
Arizona,
was saying, they're not showing
which
the
is a
crowd.
haunted
Why
town
don't you
up in
just
the
turn
mountains.
camera a little bit And
So
then
I
also on
will
top of
do
that,
a
why not
time lapse
say the
drive
entire
into
speech? And
there.
He was a candidate for the highest office in the land.
Right.
And Right Side
I'm
Broadcasting
gonna probably have to use
Network,
my phone and my wife's
enter
phone
a
to
great network.
film
And
everything
still
because
over the
I've been
course of
telling
the
my
last
wife for a
year, you
long
have
time,
some outlets
I
taking
need
their
a
live hits
laptop.
after the rally. So they wanted to show
Thank
NBC's
you,
as people were leaving
Azrelina. I
when these
appreciate it.
places were jam packed,
And
you saw thousands and
like I
thousands of
said
people
earlier,
show up to be part
I
of
don't hardly get a
history,
chance to
and
put
we
videos
saw it
out
so
on that channel.
significantly in the heat, in
Like
the
we
cold,
actually have to
especially
plan
over
it out.
Inauguration Day,
Like,
as people waited to see their favorite president, and
yeah,
really did
look
not
up
mind that it got moved
Jerome,
to the
Arizona.
Capitol Rotunda, although I'm sure some disappointed.
There's a
cold
haunted
temperatures had a
hotel
huge effect that
up
Monday,
on the
but
side
they
of
were
a
just so
mountain
excited to be
there
amongst
that
their fellow patriots.
I won't
And I
go
love
stay
the
at.
random parties that popped up, whether it be at the Capitol
My
One
daughter and my
Arena
wife
or
want to
even
go
at the
stay
local
there.
Irish pub down the
So I'm
street.
like,
People were
fine,
really
you guys
celebrating
go stay there,
NBC, and it
film
was a
everything,
privilege
bring me
to
your
be
phones
there.
when
And
you get
I
back,
actually got to see
and I'll make videos out of it.
Marine One or Special Mission
But
46 take away former
I'm not going to go
President
stay in a
Joe
haunted
Biden,
place.
and perhaps that
No,
photo
thank
is
you.
now in the Smithsonian
But
or
there
the National
is
Archives, just the waving of the
a
Trumps and
place
the
that I want to go
Pences
stay at.
as the Bidens flew away once and for all.
It's in
peacefully.
Nevada,
That's right.
and
That's
it's
right.
called
Mic drop
the
right there from
Clown
Robert Neely.
Motel.
Matthew Alvarez, it's about 6 minutes to.
I want to
8
go
o'clock.
stay
Let's go to
there.
one more
It's in the
sponsor
middle of
before we go.
nowhere
States
in
are free.
Nevada,
goldguide.com
next to a
/
graveyard.
RSBN. So if you're looking for a tax
It's
sheltered
a
IRA or a 401k,
hotel
gold or
that
silver, or
has
have no
clowns in
idea what
every
I'm talking
room.
about, all you got to do is
I
go
want to
to
go stay there.
freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Get one of these info kits.
But
They'll
it's like
kinda
a
give you the
2-hour
1, 2,
drive
3
from,
steps
well, no,
on
it's not a 2-hour
growing
drive.
your
It's
business.
Yes, a
like a
great
2-hour
option to
drive
go
from
with.
Las
The
Vegas.
freegoldguide.com/RSBN talks all about
No,
the
not
history
a
of gold and
circus
silver,
circus.
especially
This
the
is
fact that gold has
the
never dipped down since
Clown Motel.
1971. So a
Let me
smart
look it up.
option for you if you're looking towards retirement, or you have big bills to pay, or just trying to send those kids, to Auburn University, where we live right here, a great school, if that's an option for your loved ones in high school right now, looking to that next step in life. Gold and silver can protect those decisions.
Oh,
5 minutes from 8 o'clock. And yes, Auburn, Alabama, a gorgeous area. The Southeast, gorgeous.
yeah, here, hang on. I will share it. The Clown Motel. I'm going to go there so bad. Here, let's see about images. See if we can pull up the images. My wife said, hell no to go in here. Because I'm like, it's in the middle of nowhere. And there's a cemetery right next to it. And I was like, oh, come on, babe.
A difference.
But yeah, whenever we go to
every day
Vegas,
on their soil, because freedom and liberty really
we always
breathes
stay at
in
the
the
El
hearts of
Cortez.
all people around the world. And
It's one
especially
of the
America,
original
being that
hotel
leader that's been
casinos
beacon of hope for nearly
in
250 years now.
Old Town Vegas.
Those of you watching that have been to rallies across the
You can
country,
walk
those
to
of you that
Fremont
love
Street,
Right
you know,
Side
the big street
Broadcasting
with it's
Network,
all covered and
myself,
stuff.
Robert and Christina Loren, Ashley.
You can
Braxton,
get
of course,
a
we met some of us out there. It's been great to meet you guys, but
what they call a
wherever you're watching right now,
pavilion room
rally,
for like $60 they got a night.
Just to
The rooms are
really
clean.
check them out a little bit later, but it was
The
awesome. So many great rallies,
restaurant
from
in there is
Madison
called
Square Garden
Seagulls,
to the Bronx to,
SCGALS,
being in Atlanta, I
because
remember rallies there.
the gangster
the electrifying crowd
Bugsy Siegel
was like
used
a
to
sporting
own
event,
the El
and it was
Cortez.
for a president.
They
which
have
is
a
so
hallway
cool,
in there,
but
big
wow,
long
it was awesome,
hallway
wasn't it?
Nice. Think about some
that
of
I've spent
different
hours in
stadiums,
looking at
Madison
pictures.
Square Garden,
There's
the
pictures
Bojangles
of
Coliseum
like
in the Queen City of Charlotte,
old
North
mob
Carolina,
bosses,
and
the
others that were
Rat
just so
Pack.
loud. I remember Also,
all
the,
them in that
Rikers
casino
Center just
getting their
outside
picture
of
taken.
Green Bay
Like there's a picture of Al
Scouts'
Capone
Lambeau
in there
Field, and the
playing
legend Brett
playing
Favre,
poker.
presenting his concerns about the future of
It's a
America,
really
including it for,
cool
his
old
grandchildren.
casino.
Ultimately, that's why he endorsed
Where when you
President
pull up
Trump,
out
and
front to the
noise in
valet
that arena,
parking,
that happened to be the
there's
same
all
day
those like
as the garbage
thousands
truck
of clear
arrival
bolts.
and the dedication to President Joe Biden and then Vice President Kamala Harris, and the names they called people in
Yeah.
the movement. We went from
My
deplorables
wife wants to go
to
stay
pieces
there.
of garbage,
And I'm like,
and
no.
many of you went to vote with your garbage bags and your vests on, which was probably one of the greatest things I've ever seen on a regular basis.
I'm
because
like, you and my
it
daughter
wasn't
can
electioneering, and
go.
many judges, we saw it on film as well. People would be
But
filming.
now my
and they
daughter
said,
is
"Jim, you can't wear a vest in here." And
on
it's like, well, no, I'm just wearing a
maternity
vest. This is
leave.
my, what I wear.
She can't
So,
lift
it was
anything
really entertaining to watch.
because
in support of
she isn't
President
due
Trump.
till
So, awesome to
April.
see that. And also, of
And
course,
she's
if you're
already
joining
went
us
to the
now, we've been
doctor.
on since,
Well, went to the
6:30
hospital
Eastern. We've
and was
covered so
3
many of the
centimeters
accomplishments that we've seen from
dilated.
President Trump,
They've
but
got her
also
on
just really
on
what that means for the
meds.
American people. What that
Well,
means when
you see,
Joe
dear,
is
I'm
able
not
to
all
win
into the
after
haunted
election
stuff.
and other departments. with
My
different,
wife is into all
also
that
cabinet
spooky
members
shit.
that are
Like,
patriots for
you
our
could ask
country. So
Ray this.
it is a powerful
You
good
walk
time,
into
in
our
America right
home
now, and
here.
we pray and we work hard and
We have
hope and
2
we
different
vote and
types
we do
of
all the right things
decorations.
to keep it
We have
going
American
for the next
flags
few years
everywhere.
and beyond here in the United
Like
States of America. So let's go to
American
some of our
flags
sponsors before we get to some more of our interviews.
everywhere.
Let's go to patriotaddictdeals.com. So if you use the RSPN promo code,
I have my big
RSPN30,
5x10 flag taking up the whole living room wall.
30 is the promo code.
But then my
As you
wife
know,
has
there are
her
other great products on this site.
Oh yes, and they go fast.
bookcase
You want to take advantage
full
of
of
this because
skulls
they're great deals. RSBN 30.
sitting right when you
That is
walk.
the
You have
code
to
to
walk
claim
past
30%
it
off your Trump
to
night,
get
which will look
into
great
like the
in your
kitchen
office
or
MAGA
my
man
studio.
cave as you're enjoying.
You walk past this
baseball
bookcase that's
season
got
coming up, or
probably
one of your
100
favorite
skulls
sports,
on
maybe
it.
some football, which we
That's
dearly miss. The spring league is starting.
that's the
soon,
difference
but,
between
down
me
south here, big
and my
football
wife.
fans. So get your limited edition Trump
I'm all
MAGA
into
night to go
action
along with
movies
all
or
your
80s
collectibles.
movies.
That is a
My
live
wife's all
discount
into
of 30%
like
right now.
slasher
RSPN
movies.
30 is the code. Claim that at checkout. Use that QR code now and get a really once in a lifetime.
And I'm not
piece of
talking like
memorabilia.
Freddy and
Exactly.
Jason
It is the
flash
top of
movies.
the
I'm
hour.
talking
It's
like
8 o'clock here on Right
Saw
Now
and
Broadcasting
stuff.
Network. The theme for tonight's
My
joint
wife
session
loves
speech
listening
is
to
the renewal of the American dream.
this
Everyday
murder
Americans are set to
podcast
attend
thing.
tonight's speech. President Trump will highlight a number of
She
them.
would just have it
President
playing in
Trump
the
said he's
freaking car,
going
and
to
I'm like,
tell
"How
it
do you
like
listen
it
to
is, and
this?"
that's what we
It's
are
like
doing in
a
this country.
serial killer
Majority of America
podcast.
voted for that.
He wants to go
The
back
Senate
to
votes for President Trump. You may be watching right now.
Los
Thank you for
Angeles
joining us here.
to go
We
to
are
the
with Common Sense, and we are with
Serial
the
Killer
Constitution
Museum.
here. So if you love Common Sense and the Constitution, welcome aboard.
It's a
This is
museum
what we wanna do
dedicated to
here,
serial
as,
killers.
President Trump, of course, is
I went there
the,
one time, went
leader of
there, and
free
I'm
world
like,
and also
"Yeah,
the
that's
people's
not
president.
me."
So, and also the president of all of America.
Yes, he is. And he is someone who went down a golden escalator with his beautiful wife, our
Yeah,
First Lady, Melania
in
Trump,
general.
to make America safe, healthy, strong.
When I go to
and
bed,
ultimately great again.
I
And
wanna
if you like
sleep
the posh life
with
in
both
order
eyes
to do this,
closed.
And again, like
And when I come
my
home from a
friends,
place,
especially, maybe those
I
in
don't
the
want
Senate
something
watching
following
tonight,
me home.
this man takes $1 per quarter
No,
legally.
that's
by
not
Congress's
me.
mandate. He donates the rest of it to charity. That in and of itself
Yeah,
is
well,
incredible.
what?
And he has saved many great institutions, including museums.
Now, gargoyle
and
statues are
graveyards
freaking
as well.
cool.
Our cemetery at Gettysburg, something you're very familiar with, your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
And the
those
vampire
souls
statues.
now resting there. And one
I
of the
like
biggest
vampires.
scenes I enjoy in all of cinematic
But the rest
history
of the
is
stuff,
Remember
I'm
the
like,
Titans,
no.
when Denzel Washington's character, Coach Boone, brings his boys from Gettysburg College to those hallowed grounds.
Yeah, one of these
He said,
days,
this is when brothers versus brothers.
I'll make a video
fight
showing
malice
my
and hate in their
wife's
hearts, and it leads to death and destruction. May it never happen again. I
little
was talking about really the civil rights,
bookshelf. And of
Leanne
course, it
Todd,
had to be
Tennessee Williams
a
High School
handmade wooden
in Virginia.
bookshelf that she bought
So,
somewhere.
this is a time
So it looks
such as this
rustic. It
in the
ain't something that
sense
we
that
bought
there
at
are civil
IKEA
rights that
or
have been
Walmart.
violated. I
It's a
think about probably
handmade
the
wooden
greatest civil rights
rustic
violation,
bookshelf.
to the right of life. 66 million dying as a result
And
of
I'm all like,
Roe v. Wade,
girl,
legalization of abortion throughout the
she has
country.
skulls
That changed
tattooed
under this
on,
president,
on her and
with the
stuff.
end of Roe v. Wade, among other
Like if
things.
you
And
would
that's
look
what
at
you'll
my wife
highlight
and
tonight
then
on
look
a
at me,
plethora of different issues,
you wouldn't think that we
renewing
were
American
married.
vision and that dream.
I
to
don't
be
have a
the
single
people, the
tattoo.
ultimate
I've got
decision
scars
makers
all
over
over
your
my
lives,
body
not the government.
Exactly.
from
And
bar
speaking
fights
of
and stuff.
government, when President Lincoln
But my
at the
wife,
Gettysburg Address said a government of
from
the
her
people,
neck
by the
down,
people, and for the people.
is covered
Right Side
in
Broadcasting Network stands with the
tattoos.
Constitution of this
Her
country and
security
stands
guard
with
job.
that. We
She
the
has to
people.
wear a long sleeve shirt.
Speaking of we the people,
Under
let's
her
go to a
uniform
number of great
shirt, she has to
people
wear
that
a
we're about
long sleeve
to,
shirt
throw to for an interview here.
because it's like
Representative
from
Troy Nehls
from
of
here
Texas and a
up,
Medal of Honor recipient,
tattoos everywhere.
Mr. Earl Plumley. He's
I
one
bet
of
she's got 70 or
63
80
living Medal of
tattoos
Honor recipients.
on her
We
back, on her
interviewed them
stomach,
earlier. Here's
legs,
that interview.
everywhere.
Joining us now on RSBN is Texas Congressman Troy Nehls, and to his right, our left at home, a special guest tonight. His guest to the speech, Mr. Earl Plumley, one of 63 living Medal of Honor recipients. Thank you both for joining us. And sir, thank you so
Awesome.
much for your service.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
Representative, let's start with you. Tonight, huge speech. Your thoughts?
Well, I think it's going to be fantastic. I think there's so much energy and excitement right now on Capitol Hill with having President Donald Trump come to speak to a joint session of Congress. I mean, he's been in there less than 2 months, and look at all the great things he has done for America, from securing our southern border to unleashing the energy that we have underneath our feet here in this great country. So I couldn't be more proud of what President Donald Trump has done in his first less than 60 days, what he's done for the American people, because he puts America first, he puts its people first. He's exposed the waste, fraud, and abuse. So I'm really, really excited to hear what he has to say tonight.
Exactly. And Mr. Plumley, the thoughts of Representative Troy Nehls passing the Medal of Honor Act just recently, your thoughts about that? And also, can you tell us a little bit about your service?
Well, it's humbling to wear the medal, and it's even more humbling to to be honored with a pension act to help take care of the myself and the other recipients. And my service was a profound honor, and it's even brought into more light to be here in the nation's capital and see the gears grind. I love it.
And your thoughts as well tonight, seeing the 47th Commander-in-Chief, the president that is the people's president, a strong, fierce leader, but yet knowing that it's peace through strength. So just your thoughts about how the president's been doing over the past month.
It's bewildering. I never would have thought that a president could get so much done. I hope to see more, and I just love being around the energy that's in DC right now. I'm really just in awe of the country, and I'm hoping for the best.
As are all of us here. Also, Representative Nehls, being from Texas, of course, your thoughts about the southern border, President Trump, taking care of that business there, and including the DOD along the southern border.
I mean, we've seen an actual disaster, and the American people are well aware of it. Over the past 4 years, the millions of people that have entered our southern border with very little vetting at all. And what we have seen the American people suffer, with many Americans being murdered and killed as a result of Joe Biden's policies at our southern border. So Donald Trump said, listen, we have to stop the invasion. And he has done it immediately. And he did it on day one, but he'd been talking about it. He was talking about it for the past 4 years. Under Donald Trump, in his first term, we had the most secure border in decades. You're going to see that again with Donald Trump, but this time it's going to last forever. He's going to secure that southern border, work with our governors in those southern states, those border states, and keep the American people safe, because the American people are fed up with it. The American people want to see a president that puts their welfare, their well-being of themselves and their families first. And it's just real, real simple. So I support President Trump and what he's doing. I think he's got a great team with Secretary Noem as DHS. He's got a great, great Secretary of Defense with Pete Hegseth. I think America is on track to be the leader in the free world again. We are respected again. We are respected across the globe because we have a leader that demands excellence. He demands excellence. We don't have any weakness anymore with Donald J. Trump.
Exactly. It's great to see an all-star cast of cabinet members who are all patriots, just like both of you are. And finally, Mr. Plumlee, in all your time in the military and then now having a Medal of Honor, which again, you're one of 63 living recipients. Again, thank you for your service. And can you tell us one thing or two things that you learned while in the military that really helped in life and maybe have helped your friends and family as well?
So I guess something I learned through my service is there's nothing that's insurmountable. If you decide you want to do it, you can do it, especially in this country. And have lofty dreams, but get ready to bleed and sweat for them. And it's one of those. It's pure Americanism to serve in our country in the military. So that's something I've learned. That's something I try to bring to my children and the American people.
Two great American patriots, Mr. Earl Plumlee. Sir, thank you so much. And Congressman Troy Nehls of Texas, thank you both for joining us. Enjoy the speech. We'll all be watching.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless you.
Really a sense of optimism before tonight's major speech. And
So did you guys see the skulls? That was only like a very small percentage of the amount of skulls she has on that bookshelf. Just crazy skulls. And in our bedroom, she has a white and a black full-length skeleton. Why? Because she wanted 2 full-length skeletons.
even doing something unhealthy like super fasting and not eating for a day or so. Well, go to takelean.com because that can be dangerous just to be, overweight or to do the crash dieting. Studies show that you can increase your risk of heart attack, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and other health problems. So breaking free from the yo-yo diet pattern is the main reason doctors
All right.
created
Speaking
Lean.
of dieting,
Lean is a
you want to know one of the reasons why I've lost like 35 pounds? It's simple. I don't eat a big dinner. Dinner is the worst meal you could eat. Why? Simple logistics. Why would you eat a great big meal and then go to bed a few hours later? Makes no sense. I make sure that when I wake up, I have a big breakfast. A cup of coffee, water with vitamin B in it. I have bacon, eggs, and toast pretty much every damn day. A big breakfast. And then I pretty much just snack for the rest of the day. Because think of your body as a campfire. If you get up in the morning and you get that campfire roaring, say at 6 o'clock in the morning, you get that campfire roaring, and you don't add anything else to it till noon, 6 hours later, some of those logs you just put on that campfire aren't going to take off. They're not going to get burning. And then 6 hours later at 6 p.m., you add a bunch more wood to it. That campfire is just going to sit there smolder. But if you get that campfire raging first thing in the morning, and then every hour or 2 hours, you add a log to it. You add a log to it. You add another log to it. That campfire is going to rage all day long. I don't know why, as a society, we've given up on eating breakfast and want to eat a great big dinner. Makes no sense. And yes, I've lost 35 pounds. I know you guys can't see it. Even if I get up close to the camera, you can't see that I've lost 35 pounds. My daughter could tell when she hugged me. But yeah.
And those of you that are watching from whatever state you're watching right now, thank you guys for streaming in. We did this the other day. I want to do this again just for fun. For those of you that might be wondering, where is everybody watching from? Which state? Well, go ahead in the chats right now. Put the state that you're watching from. It's always good to see. Last time we did this, it was the first time I did it. I saw states from all across the union. So thanks so much for streaming in as we get ready to do what you
come
came here to
on,
do,
pop
is
up.
watch President Trump from the U.S. Capitol. And now, again, tonight, it's been 43 days since that last time he spoke in that building. And that January 20th inauguration, the address inside there, what an epic moment that was.
Oh, yes, it really was. And almost so much more ornate in a way, although, that west portico is so nice to be on. That is actually the east direction there. But when President Trump was supposed to go out there, of course, temperatures being cold that Monday, so they moved it inside. But that rotunda is just so beautiful and almost made it more special in a way. Just granted that, President Reagan was the last president to do that for his reelection and second term. And that was 40 years prior to the day to be in that rotunda. So I just think of some of the highlights, the great prayers of, Pastor Soul or Cardinal Timothy Dolan, Franklin Graham as well, the great Reverend. But what about Carrie Underwood? Just
Carrie Underwood singing a cappella.
A little help, but she doesn't need any help.
Man, that was amazing.
Awesome moment there inside that U.S. Capitol Rotunda. So we've been seeing a lot of moments together here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as you guys
Which
watch and
was
we
weird
we just kind of
that
in some ways of just working for.
I tried to restream the inauguration. Several channels tried to restream it. That restream like I do all the time without a single problem. But that day, all of us got taken down.
William Timmons. Director, do we have the soundbite that we played at the top of the show? We do. Okay. So 43 days ago, President Trump said this on January 20th.
We do. My administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution. And we will not forget our God. Can't do that.
What I love most about
and did everybody see that?
Back to the founding principles.
I don't know if
But to
Trump
watch
did
his
it,
predecessors
but
literally
somebody did it.
squirm in their chairs
They took
painfully
Trump's
because they're
mugshot,
deep state globalists, and they don't
put it in a
understand
gold
nor do they care
frame,
for what made this
and hung it
country great
outside the door of the
250
Oval
years
Office.
later, and their philosophy.
So anybody
is
that
now
comes into the
going
Oval
to
Office
pass, and
or
it's a
leaves the
wonderful
Oval
thing.
Office,
The only promise made and
they
promise
see
kept
Trump's
from
mugshot.
his opposition is that they're probably going to run again, and we know that one
Trump is
governor of California,
a
the other
gangster
one's
and
thinking
a
about President of the
bully,
United
and I
States.
love it.
Actually, might have them both be thinking about President of the United States come 2028, and God forbid.
I hear you. And also, I'm just glad we're in 2025 right now. We're going to take a day at a time and continue to see some great accomplishments and wins for our country. So, yeah, what a powerful moment that was. And if you caught it at the end of what he said there, he says, we're not going to forget our country, our Constitution, and we're not going to forget our God.
I'm
And
not
he
a
said
big,
something more ad lib
like,
at the end. He said, can't do that.
buy
So it's
all
kind
of
of
Trump's
to see
gear,
President
call him
Trump
Daddy
even just,
Trump and all that stuff, but
reemphasize, the words that
I
were
do
part of
like
that-
what he's
that
doing.
speech that day.
I
Speaking of
like his
speeches, we're gonna show one
his
here in just a bit.
attitude.
As soon as we get that live,
But
footage
like how
of
I've said
the,
many times,
on Capitol Hill there inside the House
he
chamber,
messes
we'll
up,
go
I'm
there.
going to make a video
That'll be
about
a few
it.
minutes from now. Let's go to South Carolina Representative William Timmons. We interviewed him just recently. RSBN Live is South Carolina Congressman William Timmons. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side.
Woo, that boy has no hair on his face.
Definitely. So talk to us about your
Damn.
thoughts about the president speaking to a joint session
Holy
of
shit.
Congress. I mean, we know it's not a State of the Union, but it seems like he's done so much work that it probably should be.
I mean, it's going to be pretty fantastic. He's going to be up there and he's going to talk about how he secured the southern border And just remember that President Biden said that they couldn't do it. He didn't have the ability to do it and needed hundreds of billions of dollars. He tried to hold Congress hostage to try to secure the southern border. President Trump did it by himself just in days. And we've had the lowest numbers of illegal crossings in the last decade. So, I mean, you know, that's just one victory lap. He's gonna take.
Yeah.
But also just peace strength. Our allies, again, trust us and our enemies fear us. And I mean, that's just incredibly important for the global stability. But he's going to keep.
And with
one
him
after the
sitting in
other,
that
talking
big
about
ass
victories
office
he's had in the
chair,
first,
he looks like he's about
2 months, and I'm just
10 years
excited to be a
old.
part of it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
Sitting
people
in
will
his
be
dad's
watching,
office
that
chair.
speech, of course, that will air right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And sir, before we get on to just some more topics, what was it that drove you to say, you know what, I'm running for office? Was there a turning point? What happened there?
You know, 8 years ago, I first ran, and my biggest concern was fiscal issues, debt. And it's really sad because when I first got elected to Congress, we had $18 trillion in debt. We've almost doubled. We've almost doubled the amount of debt we've had in the last 6 years. So, I mean, we're on the wrong track fiscally, and it's unsustainable. And I couldn't be more excited that President Trump has put Elon Musk in charge with the Doge teams throughout government. And I'm honored to serve on the subcommittee in the House Oversight Committee for Doge as well. So we're going to get to the bottom of waste, fraud, and abuse, and we're going to get our fiscal affairs back in order.
Isn't it interesting that that we're seeing through Doge and other ways, all these cabinet leaders and yourself, sir, just cleaning out corruption and swampiness in Washington, D.C. Doesn't that feel good to be a part of it?
It really does. I filed a bill last week called the TABS Act, and what it does is it forces all the states to use enhanced identification verification and enhanced employment income verification to determine eligibility for benefits. And the estimate, that's $200 billion a year just for Medicaid fraud. So, I mean, you know, whether you classify it as fraud or waste is a question that, you know, people could debate. But either way, it's money that we shouldn't be spending, and we're going to get a hold of it.
Exactly. And on your website, I see that it's you're focused on things like national security, small businesses, and veterans. What kind of things have you done, and are you looking to do to help those three groups there?
Well, all of this kind of goes hand in hand, because when we're running a $2 trillion annual deficit, we don't have money. We don't have money to invest in our hospitals for our veterans. We don't have money to facilitate small business success. You know, we don't have money to spend on core government functions like national security. So we got to get a hold of our spending. We cannot continue to run $2 trillion annual deficits. Our interest payments is going to be more than our defense budget this year. That's just unsustainable. So when we get a handle on all of this spending, it'll help across the board.
It must be great to see Elon doing what he's doing at Doge, huh?
It really is. It's so exciting. And honestly, Congress has a big part to play. He obviously has the power of the pen, and President Trump has entrusted, you know, this task with him. But Congress also has a very important role to play, and we're going to do our part, and we're going to pull our weight.
And if
Sounds
you're joining
good
us
to
right
me.
now, this is South Carolina Congressman William Timmons. And sir, South Carolina has been in the news, of course, with the wildfire situation. Do you have any update? I know it's a state of emergency there at this point.
Yeah, so everybody acted quickly, did their job, and I'm very pleased to say that we're in a great spot right now. You know, the governor's leadership declaring a state of emergency. Horry County was hardest hit, but they had zero property loss. So, you know, the
That's
fires
good
are
to hear.
contained. We're expecting some rain here next couple of days, and
But all right, explain this to me. I asked my wife this and my daughter the same question about the wildfires in South Carolina. How come South Carolina is getting all these wildfires, but yet the driest state in the nation, Arizona, no wildfires? Explain that. Like, I can't remember the last time, like, at my address right here, we had any significant rain. I'm not talking a few drops or rain for like 2 minutes. I'm talking significant, leave puddles on the ground rain. Because I always go out and film when it rains. I don't remember the last time I had to take my camera outside and do a video of it raining. But I did hear something about Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That was on fire also. That is supposed to be a smart city. And like I've said in the past about Maui and the California wildfires, it's a lot easier to build a brand new, from the ground up, smart home than it is to retrofit an old home with smart technology.
So much for streaming in wherever you're watching. Specifically, which device are you watching? Are you watching on a TV, flat screen? You're watching on an iPad, a Microsoft Surface, your phone?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Maybe put that in the chat as well, so we can just take a look. I just was curious to.
Because I mean, it is like dry here.
Because at the end of the
like
day,
I could
we are able to be seen very many.
walk
devices
out
and
to the
also,
edge of a
streaming all
freeway
over the
here,
place.
Yes, it's
flick
all
my
about the
cigarette,
information
and
age and
catch
getting that
the
right
edge
side
of the
history
freeway
out to
on
the
fire.
American people, and for
It
you to
is
view it so
that
you can make up your own
dry.
minds.
Exactly. So, again, I'm
We
at
don't
Rob
have
Mills alongside
wildfires.
Robert McNeely. You're seeing a few flashing lights around the U.S. Capitol building.
And
Of
it's
course,
like,
number of dignitaries.
but
there
Arizona's
tonight.
not,
Of course, President
you know,
Trump
Phoenix is
himself,
not going to
the
be
Vice
a
President,
smart
and
city.
on. I mean, the cabinet
You
is
know,
going to be there. The Supreme Court, I believe, will be there as well. I mean, usually for a State of the Union, the Supreme Court will be there. Possibly a joint session. They may be there tonight as well. So looking forward to seeing this live coverage. Thank you again for
but of
streaming
course,
in.
every time I
As
talk
we may
about,
be playing a video from
you know,
the
anything that's
Trump
like
war room that's on X
conspiracy
here
theory
in just a second.
related,
And, yeah, getting ready
people
for
always
his
be
9
like,
o'clock speech.
well,
President Trump
you
focusing
know,
in on
where do you
every
get
bit
all
of
this
Americans
information at?
today.
It's called
So the
opening
speech
your
is
eyes,
going to be also
doing
talking a lot about the
research.
accomplishments that we've seen with President Trump over the past 43 days.
Yeah,
Why
why
don't
the
we
hell
take
does
some
Canada
Trailbreaker, if that works for
get
you,
all
and
these
we can listen in
wildfires
on this video.
when half of the year Canada is covered in snow?
2025. You won't want to miss this.
Makes no
Join
sense
us for
to
a night
me.
that will define our future.
I
It's
mean,
more than
yeah,
just
we will
words.
get the
It's
eventual
action.
fire here
President Donald J. Trump.
from some idiot doing something wrong.
Tonight, history is made. The joint address to Congress.
Moments ago, and just a shout
Like,
out to everybody working behind us.
The two things that I hate: people throwing cigarettes out, or people when they're towing a trailer and the safety chains that run from the front of the trailer to the back of the truck dragging the ground. We'll get like a little brush fire on the side of the road. That's it. Mainly from like Flagstaff down to Phoenix along I-17. But other than that, nothing. And I mean, it is like super dry here. Like if you wanted to put a tent in the ground here, say you went to my daughter's place and you wanted to put a tent in her backyard, you could not get tent stakes into the ground. And if you wanted to use 16 penny nails, you know, the 4-inch long nails into the ground, you would have to use a hammer and hammer it into the ground like you're hammering that same nail into a piece of wood. That's just how it is. The ground is that hard. My daughter's trying to get grass to grow in her backyard. She raked it all, seeded it all. Friday, she put the sprinkler on for 3 hours in the same spot in her backyard. 20 minutes after she turned the sprinkler off, you couldn't tell that that sprinkler had been running for 3 hours prior. That ground was like dusty dry.
Because people like Rush Limbaugh, we wouldn't be sitting here right now if it wasn't for his trailblazing, if it wasn't for, he was the new media back on radio. And I loved his show just growing up and talking about how he was, the lightning and the thunder, and he would be ready to go in and fight for American principles that have inspired this movement. So that was a remarkable moment. I look forward to more tonight.
Definitely. Rush Limbaugh, obviously a legend in conservative broadcasting. And many of us take our notes from his great work that he's done over the years. As we're looking live there at the White House, why don't we do this? Let's take a live listen in to Washington, D.C. right now and see if there's anything going on there when it comes to just the sights and sounds. Director, do you think?
All right, I just looked it up. The last time we had even a few drops of rain was January 29th of this year. Prior to that, the last time we got significant rain here was August 8th of last year. Prior to that, August 1st. So, yeah, we ain't had rain, like significant rain, in like 6 months. But yet, no random wildfires. Whoop, there's the big boss man and the first lady. I don't know.
Well, that
I bet a lot of you guys didn't realize that about the beast.
The White House on the way to Capitol Hill, not too far of a drive.
I didn't realize that.
This great speech tonight. Looking forward
That
to
the
it,
beast
Robert.
sounds like it's got a
And
diesel
ABC
engine
News
in it.
Just reporting, there is a designated survivor. If you're not familiar with this process, whenever the entire government comes together, which is usually
Does the presidential
once a year,
limo
either at this
have a
joint session of
diesel engine
Congress
in it?
or a State of the Union, there is one designated person. God forbid anything did happen in that building, that would be
Yeah, the presidential limo had the
do not
diesel
wish that,
engine.
but this has been done ever since the dawn of the republic.
It's got a
Matthew, I believe you had that
6.6
conversation
liter
with
V8
designated,
Duramax.
pulled up by your phone, reported by ABC
Diesel engine in it.
News.
Yes, that's United States Representative Mike Thompson. That is the designated survivor. So that just reported right there.
Oh,
live
that
on
that would be
Right Side
nice.
Broadcasting Network. It's 8:32 p.m. Thanks so much for streaming in. Let's go to one of our sponsors here at the network. As you've seen, we haven't gone to an actual commercial break where,
Because I mean,
you
like
know, it's
what
just commercials. This is
they were
I'm looking
bitching
at
about
right
last
now,
week.
Colonial Metals Group.
That
Also,
Elon
great
sent them all an
sponsors,
email saying,
freegoldguide.com gets you this
list
info
5
straight from the
things you
mail.
did this
And
last
all
week.
about a tax-sheltered IRA, 401k, all
And
backed by
everybody was
gold and
bitching about
silver,
it.
and we know gold and silver
If you have a
owns high value,
job
making me think
and your
about,
boss
Fort Knox. We'll
emails
talk
you
about
and
that in a
say,
second,
Right,
though.
I'm looking
what
forward to
did
that
you
too.
do
Just saw
this
Elon
past
Musk,
week?
Stepping out just before President
You'd be able to
Donald
answer.
Trump and Mrs. Trump getting into the
Even me, who
presidential
doesn't have a
feast
job,
limousine
I could
there
answer.
on the way to the Capitol building. But
I washed dishes like 4 times.
freegoldguide.com/RSBN, a great way to
Did 2 loads
learn
of
how
laundry.
to be the best
Swept and
hedge
mopped my
against
kitchen floor.
inflation, and that's with gold and silver. So make sure you scan the QR code now and learn
Went
how
and spent
to look at your options
a day and a half
for you
with
and your
my
family.
Awesome.
daughter and my
To
family.
freetrumpbook.com as well. You know, Mike Huckabee, of course, the former governor of
Went to
Arkansas,
Dollar
is now
Tree.
the U.S. ambassador to Israel, but he also has a show. He also
Smacked my wife
he
in
also
the
wrote
butt I
this
don't know
for
how
his
many
staff.
times.
The guy is busy. So
I know what I
freetrumpbook.com,
did,
a
and
number
I'm
of
a
great
2-time
titles and
stroke
books there. So it's
survivor.
not just the one there, the Kid's Guide to President Trump. There
And
are
it's
many
like
titles there. So just go to
these
freetrumpbook.com.
government
And there is
people
a
that's
small,
like,
city handling fee, but outside of that, the actual
you
books
know,
are free. So
he's mean asking us that.
8:34
You
p.m.
should be able to
and
have
it looks
receipts.
like we are seeing
Like,
a
yes,
number
Bob,
of
I did
states
this,
that
this,
actually
this, this,
chimed in.
this.
For all of you guys watching all over the place, holy smokes, here
And
we go.
not
Louisiana, North Carolina, shout out to Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, California, Florida, Tennessee, Toledo, Ohio, Northwest Washington State. Also, we're seeing somebody from Marseille in France, in Illinois, all over the place watching right now. We're seeing Tasmania, Australia. Those of you guys watching in our country and around the world, we love you.
Cool.
Because we love the free world. So anybody that, you know, even
I
in
really
countries that
like
don't have freedom, right?
Vice
We have
President
these,
Vance.
people that are not pro freedom. The people of the world want freedom. You know, you think about it.
But I
That's
would have
where
never
they're at.
thought in a million
That's
years
usually 9 times out
that
of
we
10
would
the
have
people
a
want.
It
hillbilly
really is, and that's why
as
we
vice
stand
president.
firmly with the Ukrainian people. We stand with the Russian people who are run by a bunch of
But
thugs.
you know what I'm
Ambassador
loving?
Sands so articulately and eloquently
The vice
explained,
president
earlier in the broadcast,
and
tonight
90%
that
of
we
Trump's
love these cultures, we love
staff,
these people,
you know, his
and we will
people
stand
that
up
he
for them. And the
nominated
best way to do that right now is
are
to
all
call for
Gen
peace.
X.
And I'm excited to get all those Ukrainian minerals that we deserve, because we've
You
been
know, there's
Ukrainians to the country,
tons of
and those
videos out there
javelins that
from
President Trump
other
sent
Gen
over there in
Xers
his
saying,
first they could not withstand the Russian army
you
without
don't want
that
us in
protection. So
charge.
it's time to end this war. It's time to
Shit will
bring
be
peace
totally
and
different if a
prosperity
Gen
to the
Xer is
world,
in
and
charge
we've
of
already seen
everything.
that really unfold over the course of 43 days with President
We're
Trump
the
at the helm.
latchkey
Exactly.
kids.
So
We're
what
the
a great 43 days this has been. It's
we
been
don't
historic speed and
type shit
strength
into
as
a
a common sense
keyboard
president,
to bitch
someone
at
that is
someone.
the people's president,
We will
and
meet you face to
an
face.
outsider. I think
We're the
that's
type
thing
of
that
kids to
everybody
where
would agree on.
if we
Most
want
would
to
agree on is it's good to have someone
fight
that is
you
doing it for the right reasons. Because if
and you
President
live
Trump
2
wasn't
bus
in it for the
stops
right
down,
reasons, the past 4 years,
we will get
he
off
would
at
have
your bus stop,
exit-staged,
beat
left
your ass,
and
and then
stage left.
walk
I'm
home.
out of here.
Period.
Those 4 years that he went through,
We were
for
the
us, we the people of this
forgotten
land, that's
generation.
why you can hear
We
the
were the
chants of
generation
USA
of,
echoing throughout the
oh,
country
you're 10
tonight.
years old.
That's why
You
we
can
do
watch
what we do
yourself.
here at Right
Here's
Side
how you use the
Broadcasting
stove.
Network.
Here's how you
Also,
mow the
shout out to
yard.
those of you in
And oh,
Ontario,
here,
Canada,
here's
watching.
a house key on
Illinois,
a piece of
Southern
yarn.
California,
Put it
Maryland, Minnesota, and
around your
Missouri.
neck.
Everybody out there, we love you. That's
And
simple as
now
that. You might not hear that on mainstream media because we're not mainstream.
we're
media.
running
We're in
everything.
this together. And, you know, something I think back on President Trump in his first term speaking to the Air Force Academy graduates, and he said, relish being the outsider and the ability to change the world. And you could do
And
that.
I love that
you know,
Pete
one step at a
Hegseth
time. We saw this from that last election.
went to
The
some
Trump
foreign
Force
country. I don't
chaplains
remember where he
did
was at.
just that. reaching out to 10,
But
15.
he went
other
there
neighbors in their
and
precinct,
worked
down
out
the hall, whether it be
with
at
the
church,
troops
whether it
that
be
were
at their
there.
place of work.
Flew
and,
all the way
place
there.
of
Probably
worship,
didn't
the
hardly
gym
have any
class,
sleep,
wherever it
but
was,
worked
you made
out
that
with the men
difference,
and
one
women
phone
that
call
were
and
there.
one door knock at a time to change
That's
this country
awesome.
peacefully and patriotically. And you fulfilled what
That
the
is
founders
so
truly
awesome.
envisioned when they created this wonderful country
This
back
is
in 1776.
such a
Exactly. So we
totally
voted,
different
we prayed, we
administration
worked
than the
hard, and
last
here we
one.
are victorious. However, we still have years to go where we want to continue making America great again, make America healthy again, making
Joe
our
Biden's
military
health
strong again.
secretary.
And also, speaking of the military, President Trump said he wants such a strong military that we don't even have to use it. That's what he said at the
I mean,
ball on inauguration night. So
if you
we
guys
know that
have
he's someone that stands
forgotten,
behind peace through strength. He didn't start any new wars in the first administration.
that's the
He's not trying
person
to start any now. He's actually trying to have
that
peace
had
throughout
the job
throughout the world.
that
And then
RFK Jr. had.
Honorable Keith
That
harder, the struggle for
that thing
peace, the struggle
was the Secretary of Health.
for diplomatic relations. It's easy to point a weapon at someone and fire. It's much
RFK
harder to sit
Jr.
down with them
shirtless.
and seek to understand. And President Trump has a real skill for that. And we've seen it on display now for many, many years. Someone who really could pull the trigger,
That's
but only when it's necessary.
RFK
And he has
Jr. with
done
the
that
shirt
against
off.
the worst of the worst, whether that's ISIS, Iranian
But
generals,
of course, the
those
left is
seeking
like,
to harm
he
ultimately.
isn't
But he
qualified
wants
to be
peace
the
first and foremost,
health
and we'll sit down and talk to anyone
person.
necessary to
Really?
get that done.
Exactly. And also think about all the great moves.
The
that
dude
cabinet
looks
members did.
like
You know, Marco
he would go
Rubio, the
at least
Secretary
a
of
couple
State,
rounds with
traveled
Mike
to
Tyson.
Panama for the Panama Canal situation to get that back into our hands. And a shout out to those of you watching in Panama because we got that list here, and one of them was for Panama. So, but it's great to see so many sections of our government now saying, you know what, corruption, y'all.
I mean,
can
I
have
wish
it.
I looked half as
It's
good
time
as
for freedom.
RFK
It's time
Jr.
for the Constitution. It's time for our love
because
for God, to be allowed.
I don't
here
even
without
think
any
my
kind
wife
of,
wants to see me without a
persecution.
shirt on.
We do know, of course, you know, in the Bible, there's various things about that. But let's go to Washington, D.C. right now.
Exactly. Doesn't Chuck Schumer just look like a Batman villain? Man, whoever that is behind Vance, man, he got a big old nose. No, I know who Byron Donalds is. I'm talking the white guy that was there. Yeah, he's got a blue and red striped tie. Really short haircut, no facial hair, blue and red striped tie. He's not on camera right now. Guy's sleeping.
The freshman class here. What's up, man? How you doing? Good. I saw your wife the other day. She was in the White House. Good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. Good to see you. I'm going this way. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'll just sit over here. That's fun, man. How are you? Good to see you. Good luck tonight. Thank you. Appreciate it so much, President. Hey, so good to see you.
Man, who the hell is that giant?
So, how about you? I have an easier job. I have no doubt. She's having fun. She's a champion.
How tall is JD Vance? All right, JD Vance is 6'2". So that other guy that he was just shaking hands with, gotta be 6'6", 6'7", because he was towering over Vice President Vance. That's why I was like, damn, who is that giant? Oh, my God. Mike Johnson. I don't like Speaker Johnson. Never have, never will. He seems slimy to me. Now, leave it in the comments if you like him or not. Wow, Elon's got a suit on. Whoa, Elon owns a suit. That's pretty cool. And yes, everybody, if you don't know, when you hang a U.S. flag vertically, the stars go in the upper left-hand corner. Oh, there's the pit bull himself, Tom Homan. Oh, there's Bernie Sanders begging for money. You guys see that he put a new ad out begging for money? Send me money. Yeah, I like Tom Homan too. I don't know if you were watching my restream of the final day of CPAC, but Tom Homan came out and basically said, if you don't like me, I don't give a fuck. My same attitude, which is why I call him the pit bull. Her hair looks so fake. Holy shit, I've never seen the ceiling in there. That's so cool. But yeah, anytime you have a flag hanging vertically, the stars need to be in the upper left corner. If you put flags on the side of your car, you have to get a left and right side flag, because the stars on a flag decal on your car should always face the front of the car. Always. Why? It's in U.S. flag code. That's a charging flag. If you put a flag on your car where the stars are facing the back of the car, that is called a retreating flag. I saw a guy with his truck wrapped with the American flag. One side looked great. The other side, the flag was backwards. I told him that. And he's like, you got to be kidding me. Looked it up on my phone, showed him on my phone, and he was like, I just paid $5,000 to have my truck wrapped. And you're telling me that half of it's wrong? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, granted, it looks fucking amazing, but half of your truck is wrapped wrong. Oh, I hate that woman. You know, I would like to pick Elon's brain. Because you know his brain's got to be going 100 miles an hour. He's always thinking. I just like to walk up to him at any random moment and be like, Mr. Musk, what are you thinking about right now? That room looks so amazing. I don't think I've ever seen the ceiling in there, ever. Oh, there's Kash Patel. He does exist. Oh my God, girl. Your dress makes you look like you got football pads on. There's the first family. I don't see Baron. She's like, I see you. Man, there's a lot of people in there. At least it's not Nancy Pelosi up there. Remember what she did during Trump's first term? Where she took that piece of paper and went, "Rat." This is so cool.
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming,
too.
Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Yep. I want to thank you all for hanging out watching this. I really appreciate it. I missed my nap for this.
Mr. Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
My wife loves this place.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the United States Supreme Court.
That's great.
Wow. I'd sure like to know what that paper said. Oh God, look at all the pink. We're in protest. We're all going to wear pink. Girl power. Girl power. Wow. I wish I knew. I have a name for him. The not pretty anymore in pink. Because I just watched the 80s movie Pretty in Pink on YouTube. I had a 80s night. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles. I love 80s movies. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Man, I love that woman. Hey, come on, chop chop. Chop chop. Oh God. Oh look, she has Stop Road on her coat. RSBN. Like here's a bucket knife. Oh my God. I love it. Yeah. Melania brought class back to the White House. And yes, I will say it. President Trump is a lucky, lucky man.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Secretary, can't wait to connect with you. You have so much
All right, come on, come on. That's one bad dude right there, everyone. Pete Hegseth. I guarantee he could put a hole in a target at 1,000 yards. Calm down, Asperlina. Calm down. My girl's Christy Nome. Whew. Damn. No, I was on a live stream the other night and we were talking about all the people in Trump's cabinet. And the host of the live stream was like, man, the new press secretary, oh my God. And I'm like, dude, she's like 28. You're 60. I'm like, that's a little creepy. And he's like, well, she's married to a 60-year-old, so she likes old men. And I'm like, she's married to a rich guy. She doesn't like old men. She likes money. But now, as her being a press secretary, I love it. She isn't giving the press any leeway to boss her around whatsoever. She is just flat out, I got the receipts right here. I love it. As a Gen Xer, she gets an honorary Gen X card. Oh yeah, well everybody does, but that was Sarah Huckabee, right? Tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. I like Sarah Huckabee, but this new girl, Caroline Levitt, ooh. At first I was like, why did he pick somebody so young? And then I watched a few of the press briefings. And I'm like, oh, she's a bad bitch. No? Well, who the hell was it then? Help me out, Adelina. I'm an old man. My brain doesn't work as good as it used to. Oh, my back's hurting. I love how right up on the wall above the flag, it says, "In God we trust." Not in George Soros or Zelensky or any of that stuff. Mm. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Kaylee McEnany or whatever, however the hell you say her last name. I tell you, I couldn't stand Biden's picks. You got the circle back woman and the I'm not answering your questions, we're done here woman. But that's what you get when you pick DEI. I'm so glad that that's done. That whole DEI bullshit. Look at the size of those chairs behind Vance and Johnson. Now keep in mind, Vice President Vance is 6'2". Look at how tall that the back of that chair is. The back of that chair's got to be almost 5 feet tall. She was a transsexual. She was just a typical DEI pick, which I've said that for years. Just because you're a certain color or you like a certain thing in the bedroom doesn't mean I should have to pick you. Like, have you seen the Delta Airlines video that they put out where they show the whole flight crew and it's all women? Yeah, no. Now, granted, you know, if the woman is fully trained and say that the choice is between a woman that's fully trained and a guy.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Yeah. The big boss man. I just thought of something. If I was Trump, I would have YMCA playing. Like I'm the fucking president. I want somebody standing up, holding up a speaker like it's an 80s movie, playing YMCA on a boombox. You guys wouldn't want me as a president, because I would be like that one congressman that doesn't ever wear a suit. I'm like, a suit doesn't make me do my job any better. I'd be wearing my new Crocs. Hang on, I will show them to you. Let me hop up and grab them. My wife bought me a new pair of Crocs. American flag Crocs. And then she wore them for a day, and then she bought herself a matching pair of American flag Crocs. So now me and my wife have matchy Crocs. But yeah, I would be the first president to do interviews, do a State of the Union, in basketball shorts, a t-shirt, a baseball cap, and Crocs. I don't care. Trump's hair looking a little thin. But I really can't say anything. Oh, I love Marjorie Taylor Greene's hat. Trump was right about everything. Yeah. But that pissed the Democrats off. I wonder what that was. Anybody have any idea what Trump just handed the speaker and the vice president? There's my girl. You never saw Biden get this much applause. If I was Trump, I'd be like,
Thank you.
very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, I love it.
It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
That's a bad woman right there, man. Woo.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
Started.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
Republican.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
The Pit Bull.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest 1-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Yeah, kick him out. Starting with that ugly ape-looking dude.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
Throw him out. Kick him out.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Yeah, kick his old ass out. Get the hell out. You're done. Get out. Now, how embarrassing would it be if that guy was your representative? Get out. Go buy a razor and get a damn
Members
haircut.
are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism,
He's
and
a
wealth
Democrat.
all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
As it should be.
And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
Oh, I love it. How does that work out, all you liberals? Trump is your president.
And I've stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
As it should be.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
There she is.
3 years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Good.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Those records should be revoked. Oh, there's old Nancy Pelosi chewing on her dentures.
What I've just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
And we're going to drill, baby, drill.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill,
Baby, drill. Love it.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Doge.
Perhaps you've heard of it. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America, $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real.
Yeah.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid. Nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
I'm a Democrat and I'm going to wave a sign.
We've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people
What's the oldest person
from ages
in the United States of America?
140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period, We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases. And I said, just bear with me. And they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again. And this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases. They were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it. And it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting.
Okay, I'm back. Had to give me something to eat.
They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again. And it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
I will say it again. President Trump's a lucky man. She is a
Melania is working
fine
with
woman.
incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education, become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act. And this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's
What's the
insane and very
population of New
dangerous
York State?
open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country,
What's the population of
but we are
California?
getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
And look, none of the Democrats are standing up.
It's called the Laken Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Yeah.
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great, great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie.
Yeah, of course it's a lie. I wanted to be a pirate when I was a kid.
And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Exactly.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. Well, I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight.
Oh
by
God,
a
look at
young
that.
man, Jason
Old
Hartley,
sourpuss.
who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say.
Woo.
A brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
He's already got a high and tight haircut.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
The MAGA Dome.
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim? Right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
If I was Trump, I'd walk down to the leader of Panama, throw $1 in his face. Here's your
We have
damn
Marco
dollar back.
Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong.
Oh, God.
Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity. And he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and Everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Pocahontas.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end the senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you. Thank you. Get this place going. All right? Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. See you soon. Young people can go over there. I'm trying to. Great guy. Thank you. That's your favorite. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard, thank you again. Thank you. Won't forget. So good. So good, sir. Thank you. Terrific, Mr. Really good. It's really about outstanding. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job, Mr. President. Thanks. Great. Great.
Mr. President, one of your best speeches.
Thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the phone call last night.
Absolutely. You know that. Thank you for your I'll do this. Give me the information.
I'm not going to get you. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody. Great speech. Great speech. Thank you.
Best speech ever.
Yes. Good.
President Roger Williams, thanks for the call.
I love Roger Williams.
Thank you.
You don't have to introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
I know you better than you do, Roger.
Thank you so much.
My great baseball.
America
Good
is-
job. Great job you're doing.
America is back. Thank you so much.
Welcome you back to Pennsylvania anytime, sir.
They stood for.
Thank you all.
They stood for
another country, not our country. That was phenomenal.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
That was fantastic, sir. That was amazing.
Thank you very much.
Quick selfie. President, good job, Mr. President. Great speech, sir. Great speech. Yes, sir.
President back to that speech. They shared it.
Oh, they're just here. I want to say it all. Absolutely.
Oh, good. How you doing?
Did you get a chance to shake his hand earlier? Do you want me to get a picture of you shaking his hand or anything? You're good.
Thank you very much.
That was a great speech.
Great, so thank you. I love you. Best speech on the board. Ever. Yeah, it was so good. So good.
Hey, you rocked it, Mr. President. We're with you 100%. Crush. Really good.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Best speech ever. Thank you.
And I love that Al Green got booted.
Mr. President, that was a great speech.
Boy, I bet liberal media is going to be all over that.
Great job. Let's go. Get down to that. You get down. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's so great. It's so
Thank you, everybody. Good job.
Thank you for mentioning God needs to help us.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Great speech.
Donald J. Trump is a true man's man and an amazing president.
You really triggered those people.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the beneficial ownership and this week.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for mentioning farmers.
Well, we love our farmers. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. You earned this.
Yeah, if we don't have farmers, we don't have food. I don't know why the left doesn't get that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
No farmers growing the food means no food. And
You better believe it. Very well done.
me personally, I don't want to eat any of Bill Gates'
Killed it.
fake food.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
Great to see you. Slam dunk.
You're doing good.
Thank you, sir. You did amazing, per usual.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you.
Ooh, there she is.
Thank you. Love you, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Look at this beautiful.
Lauren Boebert.
We've never
Ooh.
met
Oh, that's
Bob Gardner.
good.
I was one of Mike Leach's best friends.
Oh, that's
He thinks
good.
very highly
Mike
of you.
was, he was
Tremendous.
he was a great guy.
Great.
What a
great.
Thank you. Especially Virginia, you did a great job. Thank you.
Home run, man.
Yeah, right.
Home run. Home run.
That was a good day. President, good to see you, sir. Good job. Thank you very much. Looking good. Look at them. I need to talk to you about some buildings, some public buildings. You let me know. I will. Yes, sir. Mr. President.
Well, a grand slam home run speech tonight to a joint session of Congress, as you heard.
So everybody, I'm going to end the stream. I got to go over to the mailboxes to pick up some mail. My wife just told me that Prescott Valley, where we're going this weekend, there's a chance of snow. You know, I kind of hope that it does snow, because I'm going to be shooting a bunch of videos, and snow in the mountains is going to make for an amazing backdrop. And I want to say thank you to everybody that watched this live stream. I really appreciate it. I know I'm not the best live streamer out there, but I do appreciate everybody that watches. And if you want to donate to the channel, which, like I said at the start of this stream, I need to come up with about $45 to fix my main computer. It needs a new power supply. My Cash App link is in the pin to the top of the comment section. And on that note, everybody have a great night. I'm off to the mailboxes. Take a shower and go to bed, because I'm starting to not feel good. If you can't tell, my nose is starting to run. It's my health problems are just crazy. Earlier, I felt fine, but now I'm all like, oh God, I'm starting to feel like crap, which probably means that the weather's changing. So on that note, everybody, as always, peace out. Peace.